Hi, everybody. Yeah, YouTube, you've never seen the intro because I wasn't allowed to show it on YouTube. But now I think I can. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see after this video if I get flagged for showing the intro. But hi, everybody. It makes her seem a lot more normal than she actually is. Hey! What do you mean? Am I abnormal? The heck? Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi, Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Cal. Thanks for the first kiss. First kiss can be claimed on Twitch only. I don't know how to make that happen on YouTube. I'm still figuring it out. I don't know if the commands work. You know how long I've spent trying to figure out how to make the commands work on YouTube? Anyway, Cal. Thank you, Cal, for the first kiss. Cal's the first kiss, but first chat I saw was Reese. Hello, Reese at 6:36 a.m. What are you doing in here on YouTube? Why are you here so early? Hi. Quick shout out to Yude Lidi. Really helped me optimize my dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube, which is why we can see the intro, which is why we had a waiting room, which is why we are actually in the waiting room. Last time I had a waiting room, I think I went live and there were like 5 of you in there, and I went live and nobody was there, and I was like, oh, I did something freaking wrong. I've been seeing all of your Warhammer vids on my FYP. Yay! It was on my algorithm. I am in your algorithm. I am here. Why are you here so late? What do you mean? What do you mean? I was like 2 minutes late. Oh, not me. Okay. Not me. Whew. Okay. Nyaho Cal, Nyaho Ilian, good evening. Oh boy, what twisted nonsense are we descending into? We're gonna descend into some of the Primarchs, some of their daddy issues, a little psychoanalysis. Nyaho Vivi, Nyaho the Weakling. Nyaho Reese, Nyaho Sierra, had to sub, welcome in. Nyaho Derma Fan. That religion you set up in Rimworld, hey, it wasn't me. Nyaho Leon. I too have found you from my YouTube algorithm, legit. Let's freaking go. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Music is a little louder than me. Ah, my BGM. BGM, shh. Or should I scream? No, I'm not gonna scream. I will put the mic closer to my mouth. Sometimes that works. Okay, I lowered the BGM. 2 minutes late, I want a refund. Hey. You know what I was doing in those 2 minutes? I was eating a snack, okay? I was eating a snack. Also, your model is amazing. Thank you. Right now, we are running the, a little tweak to the model. Valentine's editions. YouTube, have you ever seen my full body? Come here. Let me show you my legs. So I dyed the jacket and the necklace red for Valentine's. It's usually blue. These are thighs. Twitch loves the thighs. These are feet. Someone initially thought that these were like, these are supposed to be heels. I know you can't really see them from the side, but someone thought these were like those little kid booties, like the frick. And also, hold on. Pass on the feet. You know what? That's fair. I have scales. The jacket can come off. Oh, I also have a bag. Yeah. That's me. I also normally have fish ears. Where are they? Oh, that's not it. Nope, those are glasses. Where are my fish ears? I lost my fish ears. But we have cat ears right now because of Rimworld. Red Riding Hood. Hello? Nike? I can also turn my stickies and my freckles off, but why the frick would I do that? We love my stickies and my freckies. Those are my glasses again. Sorry. Look, I'm normal. Ew! Gross! Those are my glasses again. Okay. Anyways, that's me. We love freckles in this house. My freckles are rainbow. Freaking cool. Anyways, I am this pink bubblegum fish cat, only temporarily cat, creature who is going to talk to you about the Primarchs. I also have a background in therapy and psychology. And you know, psychoanalysis, it screams Primarchs. I love the Primarchs because they're all autistic and it's genuinely such a vibe. I was actually reading a Reddit thread about that. Primarchs all have daddy issues. Yep. And we're gonna talk about it. Can't wait to check out this cavalcade of broken monsters with you today. Be prepared to have hour of nothing but daddy issues. Welcome to the Daddy Issue Hour! I'm sSakana Sushi, your friendly neighborhood theraphish. And yeah. We're gonna start today by reacting to whether or not the Emperor was a bad dad. Last week we learned more about him. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Turkey? Came from Turkey. Maybe 1,000 psychers sacrificed themselves to make him, maybe not. Born to a regular set of Turkish parents. Not really 10 foot tall, but kind of 10 foot tall. Maybe a human, maybe not. Any Primarchs stand out to you? So, from what I've learned from the general timeline, obviously Horus, a biggie. Sanguinius, a biggie. Magnus the Red, a biggie. But we haven't really explored too much of them. From the sneak peek I got with Sanguinius and the Emperor's interaction, I can see some of the dad's not listening to my wants and needs and only wants me to do what's best for the family, and he's like the patriarch and I must listen kind of situation. Anatolia, but sure. Yes, it's now Turkey, but it wasn't. Istanbul was Constantinople, but now it's not. He's not Turkish. He's not Turkish. He is not Turkish. And he's not 10 foot tall. I shit you not, Perturabo is the most autistic Primarch. Like, everything he does makes so much sense when you put it through the lens of autism. Right, I was reading a Reddit thread, and I wanted to ask too, hello Slanesh Sock. The Emperor was a chill guy. I knew him. Oh, he was chill. Guys, he was just chill. I was wondering if reacting to Reddit would also be interesting, because I was looking into whether people have, and the answer is obviously yes, but I wanted to see specific examples of people psychoanalyzing like some of the Emperor and some of the Primarchs and like just some of the psychology behind Warhammer. And I got some articles about it. I got some Reddit threads. Wow, it would be great if I was literate and I could speak and, you know, loquacious and everything was great. So yeah, if that's something interesting in addition to reacting to videos, let me know. Or if you think that would be better done on just like a short form situation. I was initially thinking short form, but I really like, you know, this open dialogue, and you guys are really good at like chatting in the comments. I think that could also be another section, like reacting to the comments, because you guys know so freaking much and you teach me so much things, and I literally love reading all the comments from everybody because I learn so much things. And I hope if you see me respond to you and I'm like, oh my gosh, fascinating, or that's so cool, please know that this is the intonation I am replying. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Ooh, really? I didn't know that. That's so fascinating. This is the intonation. It's not like, oh cool, thanks for the comment, engagement, click, click, response. No, I'm actually like, oh my gosh, whoa, you're freaking rocking my brain right now. Okay? Okay. I'd say Jagatai. He's from Anatolia, some 400 BC. That's before the Turks came to the area. He's pre-Turkish Turkey. You know what came before turkeys? The egg. And he's an egg. And that's the E for Emperor. The Emperor's an egg. Done. See, I'm learning. I'm learning. Technically, he's much older than Constantinople even. That would be Greek era Turkey. He's way before that. Way before the Greek. Mamma mia. Hi, Iron Duke. Malkador is the goat. The goat. Reacting to the worst takes. Reacting to your shit takes. Nyaho, I'm sucking this. I don't know. That's not gonna go over well, guys. Check out what interests you. This way you maintain your curiosity and don't burn out. One thing about me is I got that curiosity. You guys don't like it when I say the word ADHD, but brother, it is a superpower and an Achilles heel. And I have 2 heels. And Achilles is in all of them. There's an arrow in both. You're so cute, Sakana. Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm cute when I'm talking about shit takes. Hi, Atimo. Hi, Azerval. I'm Alfarius. Oh, Nyaho. We have Primarchs in the chat. Almost as sarcastic as I imagine. I'm not being sarcastic! I need you to feel my sincerity and my genuine interest. You'll know if I'm being sarcastic. If you leave me a comment where you're like, bro, this chick's annoying, then I'll be like, bruh, sucks, man. I'm not like, wow, that sucks! But I could be. Someone left a comment, what was it? Oh, it's people like you who make me wish I could gatekeep Warhammer. And I was just like, oh, bro, that sucks. And that wasn't a, oh my gosh, that sucks. But it could have been, you know? Alfarius has all and none of the mental health issues. Me talking to my therapist. It's funny because that's literally how you respond. Like, exactly. I just want you to know I'm being sincere, okay? Like, literally, I'm reading the... You guys... Some of you guys write me a freaking novel, and I love that. I literally sit there, and I read it, and I double read it, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, I wish I could respond to your comment. It's like, some people send, like, multiple paragraphs, and if I were to respond to every paragraph, it would be like, oh my gosh. No way. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What? Oh my god. Whoa. But then that would just look like a crazy ass response. So I'm just like, ooh, interesting. Thank you. Okay. Her writing fire. Nyaho Sarabi. Atimo, thank you for the resub. Itadakimasu. He's an egg. He's an egg. Kero no tu. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Iron Gamer. Hello, Calio. 40k is a sea of lore to get into, so finding a small aspect of it you find interesting will take you into a deep, deep dive. And the problem is, I find so many things interesting, and I like relating things to other things that interest me. And I know I'm something else, okay? So if you don't follow me all the way, that's okay. But the way that you guys are teaching me new things, I also want to help and teach you some stuff too. If I can, not to say I can, maybe I can't. What the frick do I know? What does she know? What does this pink ass fish know that I don't know? You know? But whatever. Don't exit out. Hi, Sarah Nyaho. There's actually crazy lore about Alfarius, like lore breaking shit, but it's impossible to believe because he lies so much. He's a liar. He's a liar. Nyaho House Angel. Yeah, but that's like a 14-year-old with no life or a 40-year-old with no life. Time to do a reacting to no life comment. Warhammer would have benefited from some gatekeeping. Guys, am I allowed in? Me knocking at the door. Hello? Wait. Hello, Warhammer? It's me. It's Kana. Can I come in? Hello? Are you guys letting me in? I brought snacks. Hello? Yes? Nice. I'm in. I'm freaking in. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll have plenty of nonsense to spew during the stream. I love a nonsense. Have fun at D&D, hecka. You find the lore that interesting, or is it the fact that people like the lore that much that you don't even mind writing 2 paragraphs that fascinate you? Both! I find the lore super interesting, especially because, like, when I'm asking these questions, some people... Okay, I'm sorry if this needs to be said, but I feel like some people don't understand. When I ask these questions, it's because I'm curious, okay? I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not like, oh, I wonder why this is, and I actually don't wonder. This is me wondering, why is this like that? Imagine me as a freaking kid. I'm still this way. Why is this like that? Why are they doing that? This is me as a therapist also. This is really helpful if you're a therapist. Why is this? Why did that happen? And what caused you to think that? And why did he do that? And why were his kids over there? And why was he this? Like, I want to know. So you guys actually answering and taking the time to answer in such a engaging and super informative and just thoughtful way, like that excites me. It excites me that I get to learn. It excites me that you're excited. It excites me that you're presenting this information in such a way that I can learn and get even more excited. So yeah, I'm a fascinating kind of guy. Skincare and astrology, love it. The Emperor is my god and he says you're allowed. Huge, I'm freaking in. Phish, you have a psych degree? You can teach us plenty of stuff. I have 2 psych degrees, actually. And I'm working on the 3rd one, but what a frick do I know? Oh, somebody wants the jacket off. It's off. Only people to be gatekept are those who insist changing the setting. What do you mean? What are they changing? Oh, you're allowed and you seem willing to learn instead of change. What? How are they changing the setting? What are they doing? Shit, you're in. I'm in! Do I belong in Warhammer? No. But I'm accepting her on y'all's behalf. It would have benefited from some gatekeeping, to be completely honest, but you're very sincere, so you're welcome. Thank you, I appreciate that. If you bring snacks to my game store, they might just let you run the place. Oh my gosh, you walk into your Warhammer store, there's just a pink phish therapist lady with cat ears sitting there, like, hey, what's up? I got snacks. How are you? What's going on? We'll have the battering ram to forcefully break through the gate. Let me in! Let me in! Guys who bring food are the least evil according to Bricky, so yeah, you can come in. Bricky said I can come in indirectly. Bricky made a video and said I couldn't come in, but not me exactly. But guys like me, okay? If you're not asking questions, you're not interested, so it's great to ask questions. Like, what's the point of not asking questions? Hello? Questions is how we evolve and understand our knowledge, and questions probably lead to better lore, right? How much of the Warhammer 40k universe has sprouted on people asking, hey, how'd this happen? And some guy writing a book and being like, you want to know how this happened? I'll show you how this freaking happened. 'Twas 80,000... I haven't read any of the books. I don't know how they write. I don't know why I'm talking like it's freaking Shakespeare. Quoth the Raven nevermore. That's not even... That's E. Never mind. Never mind! Anyways. Fun fact. Perturabo has something called the Iron Circle, which are autonomous... Hello? I also have a degree in English, which you cannot tell by my reading skills, which are autonomous robots from the dark age of tech. He made them during the Crusade when his ship got boarded and deemed his son's trash. Oh. You call my son trash? Bruh. I'm getting a circle of robots in here. Get the frick out of here. Warhammer 40k is like that. I've been reading for years and I still don't know what's going on. Book club! Initiating lore dump on Imperial Guard in 3, 2, 1. 2 useless degrees, hey! When I finally get paid for doing therapy and I'm not just doing slave labor, it's over. It's over for my student debt, and it's over. Think of how much knickknacks and trinkets I have now. Bruh, you're gonna hate to see me with my full matcha pink mushroom orcs and their cute little cafes when I have a sustainable income and a paycheck and a 401 Roth IRA or whatever. I don't know. Shit. I'm in debt. Whee! 2 degrees, center to the water, cast to manipulate the Goyla. Water! A change, for example, is turning Kree guardsmen into clones, which breaks many lore because the breeding pens weren't inclusive and child-friendly. Oh. Not gonna lie, I was genuinely shocked how good the Warhammer books are written. I wasn't expecting the level of prose that I came across. Literally, in all of like the quotes that I'm seeing on the videos, I'm like, you guys are reading that? This looks like my freaking 400 level literature class. What do you mean? That's crazy. You guys have to be smart out of your butts. If you read Warhammer books, I think you should... I'm sharing my literature degree with you. You are now, if you didn't have one already, now you have a literature degree because you read those books. It's mine, but it's yours. It's ours, your hammer, my hammer, our hammer. My degree, your degree, our degree. Okay? Okay. Some people approach fandoms with the intent of twisting it for their own politics, and that's annoying, but those people don't actually like the fandom. I think there's a difference, and I did mention this a little bit in the first reaction video, and maybe more so in the comments, but humans like identifying patterns. Ooh, we're getting into psychology already. Okay, humans like identifying patterns because that's how they make sense of things. So sometimes it makes sense for people to be like, oh, I can associate these two things. I see patterns between these two things, and maybe to help me better understand, I can draw similarities to them. However, if you are pushing your patterns onto other people, especially when they're not seeing those patterns, definitely not healthy in any kind of fandom, in any kind of interest. Like, okay, it makes sense to you, cool, but maybe that's not how other people see it. And so you don't have to shove that down anybody's throat, right? Because, like, what are we doing? Like, why are you drawing these conclusions? Hello? Are you writing something novel? What's going on? Literally, why are you doing this? Like, again, it makes sense mnemonically to help you encode your information, to help you better learn something, and then you'll learn more of the nuance, and you'll be like, actually, this isn't like the thing I initially thought because of the nuance and the context and the subcontext and the lore and the 70 other books. And that's growth, okay? We can grow, we can change our opinions, we can learn, guys. Are we here to learn? Yes. But again, shoving stuff down people's throat, that's not what we're here for. We're here to understand, we're here to learn, we're here to be curious. I'm enthusiastic. I'm literally not being sarcastic. Please, please, I'm not being sarcastic. I want to know. I have a Metal Gasmeraz that was given out to the finals of the first ever Warhammer Fantasy Battle World Finals. Whoa! That's super, oh my gosh, wait. I'm actually super excited that you're in my chat. Nah, you're not old. I have a legend. Hi, hello legend. Changes is wanting stuff like female space marines and the most recent addition of female custodians. 40k is really inclusive and diverse setting, but new people come in and insist to change stuff that they find problematic. Male marines and custodians were one of them. I understand, especially as more women get into the scene, wanting to see more representation, but also the greater context of this is how the space marines are bred and trained. Like, do we really want to see more of that representation? Hello? Based on what I'm seeing. Also, somebody mentioned that there were female space marines, but they had to be like X'd out of the lore because of something about they were selling out too fast and like it was taking the lore into different directions. Correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong, I might be misremembering that, but TLDR, they were here and then they were taken out because that was controversial in more ways than one. Read Hell's Reach, one of the best stories. I actually love the femme custodes. As a woman myself, it made me actually interested in the custodes. If you want women, there are Sisters of Silence in battle. Adding female custodes and marines is pointless. Wait, does she like Perturabo? I don't know about him yet. I'm learning about them right now. I want more Sister of Battles and Silence lore. Yeah, so I think expanding on other things are also super cool. Like, that's something to be curious about, right? Like, hey, I want to know more about them. There are these women. Cool. Love them. Let's learn more. If you want content, Bricky's your guy. But if you want more context, Arbiter, Ian, or Luton are your best. We are not responding. Hello. They're not talking to me. We're reacting to 2 of Ian's videos today. I did react to one of Luton's. I'm kind of jumping around to everybody just based on the suggestions you give me. I am keeping live chat replay on for the responses for the videos. I have a channel on my Discord where I literally copy and paste all of you guys giving me suggestions and I put it in the suggestions thread in my Warhammer channel. So like I'm looking at all of that and I'm literally, again, curious, keeping track of what recommendations are being given. So it's hard for me to do it in the instant replay, and I also didn't have the instant replay on for like the first 2 streams because I didn't know that you didn't automatically have it because I'm new to YouTube. But yeah, if you really want me to specifically respond to something, you can put it in the Discord in the Warhammer channel, or you can leave it as a separate comment to one of the videos, and then I will manually copy and paste it and put it into the channel. It's not a universal experience. Some are shit, in all fairness. Had to learn English somehow. Me. 5 books into Horus Heresy series, and every book is legit. Horus gets mad, 100 trillion people die, 16 planets explode, considered a minor battle. It's about war, brother. How far behind am I on chat? I'm feeling like Heba right now. Learning is scary and it makes my brain hurt. Me. My favorite Warhammer fandom pattern is coming up with names like Robot Girly Man and Peter Turbo. You know what? I was so afraid that I was going to be saying stuff like that, okay? You know, Sanguinius? Am I even saying Sanguinius right? I'm like, do not call him Sanguinus. Please don't call him Sanguinus. His name is not Sanguinus. Unless it is, and I'm wrong. Shoot. Who knows? Being open-minded and progressive just makes sense in Warhammer. Yes, we could be wiped out at any moment, but we need as many fighters as possible, but not women. We're not gonna have females fighting with their womanliness. We'd rather die. Hey, if we can save the woman from being put through the Space Marine vetting process, more power to you. What are the girly pops doing, right? There have to be women on Terra. I want to know about them. What are they up to? If they're not Space Marines, what are they doing, okay? Let me know what they're doing. Are they... Where are they? Who are they? Where are they? They don't have to be a Space Marine. They could be doing something... They could be something else. What are they? Where are they? Hello? They could be concocting giant raid to kill the Tyranids. And we don't know that yet. Because they're watching, they're waiting, they're girl bossing. And we don't know that yet. I'm wrong, there were never female Space Marines. First edition, they didn't have enough money to make molds for both genders. Oh, so they were going to... Was it something like they were planning to put them or something like that? I don't know. The woman Marines you speak of were women in power armor that were introduced during the first editions of 40k. Their armor was Space Marine S, but no, they were never slated to be women. Oh, so they weren't really women Marines. They were adjacent. Got it. Thank you for correcting me. See, I told you. I told you. Correct me. Live from the Black Library, the pop sci 40k YouTuber for me. You're saying Sanguinius next. See? I'm saying it right. And I'm not calling him Sanguinus. And I'm right. Girl boss gaslight. We do have women fighting in every field and theater of war. The only two that couldn't and weren't allowed to join were the Custodians and the Marines. That's it. Same for guys who couldn't join the Sisters of Battle or Silence either, so the balance was perfect. Makes sense. The women are on Terra lounging around in riches and wealth. I hope so. I hope they're doing great. Space Marines and Custodes are male-specific. Sisters of Battle and Sisters of Silence are females. It just makes sense. They're sisters. They stand together. The point is to not poke holes in the process because of the way the Imperium is, not because we can't. At least that's how I always saw it. That makes sense. Imperative for the future of the species, gotta make more soldiers from somewhere. It makes sense. In my opinion, I agree with male-only Space Marines because they are mass-produced, but I think femme custodes can work. They're all handmade, extremely sophisticated. Oh. Makes sense. But yeah, I guess, you know, the girly pops are doing other things, okay? The girly pops are booked and busy. No, there were female Space Marines. One of the writers from that time confirmed it. They didn't sell well. Oh, now I'm confused. You know what? Let me do the research, okay? Before I talk more out of my little pink buns on my hair, don't be weird. I'll do the research. Yeah. Whoa! I yapped at you for 30 minutes. Let's watch. Let's learn about whether or not Big E, Big Egg was a good dad. Dude, I'm always like, how do streamers like just chat for 30 minutes? Couldn't freaking be me. And guess what it was? It was me. Okay. Anyways. Am I an appropriate size? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Properties. Was the Emperor really a bad dad? Ho ho ho! My volume is at the highest, so I really cannot make it higher. I'm sure there are plugins. I use Chrome. I'm sure there are plugins to make it higher. The best I can do is turn my mic down so you can turn your volume up. Let me know if that's okay. My balding goat. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! I'm sorry. Big E's Recaf mug, Galaxy's best #1 dad. I hope he still has that mug. Okay, let's get into it.
Of mankind in
sorry.
The Emperor of Mankind in Warhammer 40k was a terrible father.
Oh.
At least, that's what people say. An awful dad that treated his sons, the Primarchs, badly, and that's why they rebelled against him in the Horus Heresy.
Hearsay.
But was he terrible? Is that even really a fair question to ask? Well, let's go through all of them.
He's not like other dads.
Exactly where they fall on the new bad dad scale.
Oh! He's saying he was a good dad to some of them and a bad dad to some of them. Oh! It's not him as an overall dad.
House with book club and Tale of 4 Gamers. Link below.
So this
follow the
should
goats,
be
follow the
familiar
goats.
to anyone who reads 40k lore. The Emperor of Mankind had 20 demigod sons. The Primarchs.
Wait, are these videos? Just call 1-800-therapy for bad dads. Hello? Should I watch that? Or are these just memes? These are just, this is meme format. This is meme format. Just memes. Okay. I mean, I'd listen.
Marks, but he was a terrible father to them, in particular to a few of them. He used them, he often made grand and unreasonable judgments on them, and then he blamed them for doing exactly what they were made to do, and that's why so many of them rebelled. You
know, Ian's starting strong, coming in swinging, being like he's a bad dad because he told them to do what he said and they did exactly what he said and he got mad at him for it. Dare I say that is just a normal dad? Dare I say it?
Doing exactly what they were made to do, and that's why so many of them rebelled. The Emperor, he's an idiot. If he'd treated his sons better, trusted them more,
nobody said he's an idiot. Whoa.
The Horus Heresy would never have happened. So obviously that's an oversimplification. It's a meme that's sort of become fan headcanon. My least favourite thing, and memes are, by definition, oversimplifications. The actual lore regarding all the wronged sons of the Emperor is a lot more complex and more nuanced.
It is.
The Primarchs were created for a reason, and then they were stolen away and raised on a load of different worlds in a load of different societies, each filling them full of their own priorities and traumas. And when the Emperor found them again, there were a load of other concerns at play, much bigger concerns than a bunch of experimental generals. In fact, one of the big questions here is it right to refer to the Primarchs as his sons at all? They certainly see the Emperor as a father, but it's pretty questionable if they should, because there are plenty of hints that he sees them just like every other one of his creations, as tools. Necessary to save humanity, and nothing more. So who's wrong here? The Primarchs for expecting way too much, or the Emperor for not being a considerate dad? In this video,
considerate dad is crazy. To be fair, I never saw the Emperor as a true human, so I never judged him by these standards. And you know what? I think that's a good way to see it too. He's not exactly too human because he's kind of superhuman, but he still has some humanity, which makes him more complex. And I think we talked a little bit about this in the responding to the Emperor's lore. I don't know why I keep saying responding. I'm not responding, I'm reacting. They're not talking to me. Ian's not like, hey, Kana, hey, Sakana. Guess what? No. So yeah. In the Emperor being human but not human, it helps to contextualize that and see that he's not human. Thus, this is why he is operating in this level. But also to see he is still maybe a little bit human. Maybe we don't know 100% for sure, but we're kind of thinking he's a little bit human. So it also makes sense to see why he is this, that, and the other. Some parents have favorites. Oh, I'm the only child, so I think I'm the favorite. Can you press W on your YouTube? What's W? Oh! Thank you. Oh. Before the video starts, what's your opinion on all of this and what type of dad he was? Okay, so as a father, someone who fathered them, he definitely did father them, but was he the dad that stepped up? I don't think he had the time for that. He did not have the time because, you know, they were stolen. So couldn't really bond, couldn't raise them. I don't know. Would he have raised them? Would he have played catch with them? He's a busy kind of guy. He has a lot of stuff to do. He's trying to not reconnect. What am I saying? He's trying to unify the human race across the universe. Lots of stuff to do. I don't know if he's packing school lunches. I don't know if he's tutoring in math. Okay. I don't know if he's playing ball. But in like, not mentorship, because that's also not really dad like. I guess like role modeling and like interpersonal skills modeling. He missed the formidable ages. You know, again, going off of what I know about humans and raising humans. I'm not a parent. Again, therapy. Yeah, he missed a lot of that. He also did, okay, there are things also in therapy that we call dialectical thinking, where two things can be true at once. So the first truth, that he created the Primarchs as tools to be used, and the second truth, that he was their father and they were his son. Both of those can be true at the same time. And because they're true at the same time, they interact and oppose with each other in different ways. So do I think he was a bad dad? I think, as someone said last time, he could have been a better communicator, which a lot of dads can be. He could have trusted a little bit more, but again, hard to do that when, you know, you have 4 chaos gods kind of stealing them from the get-go and trying to corrupt them as they did. Given the non-human outside forces that I could never even begin to comprehend in psychoanalyze. And also, a third thing, not a dialectic, a trialectic. He is also the champion for the human race, right? So he is also looking out for humanity. Whatever that is to him, I still do not see the full picture for him and what he sees, but he wants what's best for humanity. Thus, why the Primarchs are tools, thus why he's doing all of this to help propel humanity into a way, etc., etc., etc. So all of those 3 things in mind, nah, he probably could have had like a nanny, you know? A manny, maybe, since they're all sons. A few manny, maybe, like, at minimum, what are there, 20 of them? Minimum 5 mannies. 1 manny for 2 kids. Okay. He could have had, if he was given the opportunity, he had some mannies, he tutored them, he had a school, he had time to bond with them, to show them what he is doing and what his plans are and his intentions and their roles. Then yeah, he could have been better. To use the human terms of dad and healthy father-son relationship, from just what I've seen, not the best. And again, that could have been solved by communication. Hey, you want to be a better dad? Communicate. Oops, this is not profound. This is not anything new. Okay? Communicate. Trust. I'm an only child and probably the least favorite. You know what? You're right. I think my parents like my cat more than me. If the Emperor raised them, Angron would have been the kindest and most empathic Primarch. Really? Because that's the Emperor, right? The left and right keys help with moving seconds back and forth. Yes, I learned that last video. Thank you. He was a dad. Dads are not as attached as mothers. And why not? Who said? Who said dads can't be as attached as moms? Huh? Who's writing that? Why? They would have probably ended up worse if he was there for the entire thing. Just look at Alfarius. You don't even know what he's doing. I don't even know. I don't know yet. I don't know what's going on. It kind of depends. He put more time into some than others. Like for Korax, he sat and just talked to him for little hours, and Korax was found pretty like, I think he liked some of them more than others. And the context of their personality probably also affected. Yeah. So, also, did he really comprehend the different places and, as Ian said, traumas and upbringings that each individual Primarch had, and how them coming back into his world and being like, okay, sorry, we lost you for a few years, sonny boy. You're back. This is what we have to do. Listen to dad. Like, could he have tailored that differently to each of them and their needs? Sure. Could he have communicated differently depending on each one of them? Sure. We're going back to communication. He was also rushed with a lot of them. Yeah, right. He didn't have time. He had 20, okay? 20 is a lot. 20 at once is a lot. I don't know. Could he have done like a 10-10 split? Was there time to do that? Why 20 at once? Could he do like a 5-5-5-5? You know? I don't know. I mean, if you know somebody who have 2 under 2, 2 kids under the age of 2, you probably already know, if you've experienced 2 under 2, what they're going through. Homeboy had 20 under 2, at least for a little. Maybe he didn't have 20 under 2, but still, planning wise, 20 under 2. If they didn't steal his sons and send them across the universe, 20 under 2 sounds crazy work. How do you even schedule that? I'm not a dad. I don't know. TBF, he did spend 30 years with Horus. Oh, well, you know what, Horus? 10 feet tall, strongest psyker ever. Huge golden armor, literally shining all over the place. Has a flaming sword, calls his soldiers angels, says he's not a god. You know, some people are humble like that. The goal was for him and Malkador to raise them and teach them 100%. But, you know, chaos happens. Yeah. So there was going to be tutoring. There was going to be school. There was not 5 Mannies, but there was Malkador. Malkador the Manny. I know these words from Fallout, and when Big Bad begins spouting from Hegelian dialectics. Ah, and I know these words from therapy. I agree fully. You can like and care for someone a lot, but also not treat them the way they feel they must be treated and thus come off as bad. You can be both good and a bad dad. They're not mutually exclusive. Exactly. That's a dialectic. You can be a good dad in some ways and a bad dad in other ways. And some of those ways you may not even know are good or bad because you're not knowing what your child wants. Like, you could be like, I'm the best dad. I buy my kid the newest iPhone whenever it comes out. I make sure that they have great clothes and I buy them this, that, and the other. Okay. I drive them to school every day. They never have to take the bus. You can be like, I'm the best dad. And the kid could be like, you know, I just want you to spend time with me. I just want you to see me. Okay. I have the worst dad because he never spends time with me. And some other kid is like, I can't get my dad to leave me alone. And also, he hasn't bought me a new phone since the iPhone 3. That kid's probably not born. Just kidding. Since the what is old? The iPhone 10, the iPhone X. And they're like, my dad sucks. Yeah. So yeah. Horus was just a guy who needed a lot of pats on the back. Like, he told the Leon, some need mundane awards and some don't need awards, because the Leon was angry he made Horus the War Master. Yeah. So, see, some people are like, yeah, dad sucks because he gave you this shiny little title and he didn't give me one. And the one who received it could be like, I didn't want it. I just wanted him to talk to me for 30 years. The main problem is that he never learned his son's culture, never learned what things were important on the planets they grew up on, like saying make no mistake to Horus as an assurance. Yeah, also not knowing their cultures, that adds a completely different thing. Because, like, take for example, basically, I'm sure for some of them that he found later, it was kind of like having adopted children, right? Especially like cross-racial adoptions. Like, you don't know what culture and what lifestyle your kid could have lived, especially if you adopt them older. And you're like, okay, welcome to Wyoming. I know you came from China. a little bit different. I'm not going to try to understand. And then there are people who are like, I'm going to do my best to understand. I'm going to find community for you. I'm going to learn as much as I can. I'm going to make sure that you feel connected to your culture. Like, I don't think there was ever any of that for him, because at the end of the day, the Emperor cares about humanity. And even though there are different cultures and different walks of humanity, they were not important. They were not as important as humanity as a whole. And I get that idea, that little inkling, again, from that conversation with Sanguinius. But we'll learn more. We'll learn more. He had 20 houses below the palace for the Primarchs, so we have an idea he planned to raise them. Oh, he had houses for them. Hi, Leo and Nyaho. Malcador was their nanny, actually. Exactly, a Manny. Malcador the Manny. At least the closest they had to it. A couple of them even referred to him as Uncle Malcador. Oh, Uncle Malky. That's crazy. Holy hell. Of course, Leora spots that I have my Twitch extension open. It's been 50 minutes. Nobody on Twitch wanted to tell me I had the RimWorld extension open. Freaking crazy. Does it help he only gets to be a father when they're already grown adults? That's also hard. You know, think of kids in divorce who grow up without a parent, and then when they're finally adults, they reach out to their parent, and their parent's like, I don't really know how to parent. Could he have had a test child? Could he have done 1 and then 19? You know, test drive a child. Test drive a child. In fairness, cats are amazing, but I like you more than your cats. Thank you. I will be as attached to my kids as I want, which is a lot. Hey, make sure that's what they want. Not a dad yet, but I'll love my kid. We got some good dads in chat. Shout out to the good dads in chat. He tried to help Angron with his nails. Okay, and you know, sometimes that's all people need. All the help he needed was not giving the planet to his slavers. The thing is, each Primarch was given a set role and personality. And you know, that's hard too. And again, drawing patterns to the human world. Some children are given roles. The eldest has a certain role, the youngest has a certain role, a middle has a certain role. I don't know how that is. Again, X20. A lot of different roles. But sometimes the youngest doesn't want to do what the youngest should do. Like, if you're like, this is my family business, and I'm giving the oldest the family business, and the oldest is like, I don't care about auto repair. I want to go into figure skating. And then maybe the youngest is like, actually, I've always loved auto repair. And you're like, nope. The oldest gets the auto repair. I don't give what the youngest one does. The oldest one is taking over the shop. There are dads like that. Again, not good. I don't know, maybe he like lists all the roles and then he's like, okay, who wants what role, guys? Which one of you wants to do this? Probably not helpful. I know he like create them in a specific way to do those roles. So like, I get it's a little bit different because he's like, yeah, you have to be the one who sits on the throne because you are the most powerful psyker second to me. And if he's like, but I don't want to sit on the throne, that's hard because like, kind of made you to do that. So again, crosses the line of tool versus sons and wants and needs from father. Anyways. Technically 21, right? Technically 21. Biggie ain't the man for half measures. 20 was the only option. Ugh, but could he have thought that through? Has he ever talked to a father? He also, hello? I forgot to add, didn't he lose his father when he was just a boy? Didn't he kill his father's killer, who was also his uncle, at just a boy? We are missing the fact that he did not have a prime role model for fatherhood. Because his 2 male father figures, one was killed and the other did the killing. Hello? Where's the psychology in that? And I'm sure that played a part. And I'm sure because of that, he could have been like, actually, I want to be a father to these 20 Primarch tool son awesome individuals that I'm hand creating and setting goals and everything. But I don't know how that's done. I don't know, is there a class? Could he have taken a class? He is also all-knowing, isn't he? I don't know. Could have thought about that one. Are there doulas? Not doulas, those are for babies. Are there parenting classes for emperors? Can I start parenting classes for emperors? I don't know. I'll do like we can do it over Zoom. Hello, where is he? Emperor, 6 sessions over Zoom. I'll give you skills. Hit me up. Pay me. I don't get paid. How would he run his empire and conquer the galaxy while caring for 20 sons? And isn't that something he should have thought about? Huh? He knew about half of them would betray him, so he was probably hedging his bets with Angron and some others. Oh, did he? Was he like, I'll create 20. I'm sure 10 of them will betray me, but I'll have another 10 in the pocket. Start the video. Sorry. Sorry. Anyways.
Video, I'm going to find out by looking at what for not being a considerate dad. In this video, I'm going to find out by looking at what the Emperor did to each of the Primarchs. But before we start, as always, there are some caveats.
There's always a caveat.
The universe is not like our daily life. It's written a lot more like ancient or medieval times, full of epic deeds and grand gestures. And when people complain that the Emperor was a bad father, well, they know that. They're not suggesting that the Emperor should have sent the Primarchs to a Montessori nursery and engaged in gentle parenting. We understand that the stories of the Emperor are often framed like stories of ancient rulers, where a prince is raised somewhat distant and in awe of their father, eager to live up to their great achievements and all that. When you read Greek myths, you're not expecting Zeus to sit down with his various demigod children and really have a heart-to-heart about their goals and dreams or teach them the alphabet. There's a certain amount of massive mythological gesture that comes with the 40k universe, and we kind of accept that. When people talk about the Emperor being a bad dad, what they're saying is that even within the realm of giant space battles and mythology, the way the Emperor treated individual Primarchs, or them as a whole, was unjustified. Wrong. Not that the Emperor's a bad dad because he doesn't parent like a 2025 parent. If your barometer for being good is acting like someone in 2025 would, then everyone from history and certainly everyone from 40k is equally horrific.
True, that's also important.
With that in mind, which Primarch sits where on the bad dad scale? What sort of relationship did each of the Primarchs have with their apparent father, and which ones were treated the worst by his terrible, unjust parenting? Right.
Great, yep, that's also important. He's not a 2025 dad. He's a 30,000? Right? What is it? 30. I don't know. They'll go back into it. But that's important. The kids are not going to be in Montessori. But still, some things transcend. Communication, I'm sure they're still going to need to communicate in 30,000, okay?
Right, I'm actually going to populate this
30 to 31.
You're not meant to do these sorts of things, which is to start at the top and work my way down. And that's because with a lot of the Primarchs, there isn't that much to discuss. We'll start with the ones who were basically little versions of the Emperor anyway. Rogel Dawn and Rabute Guilliman are found by the Emperor and almost immediately sign up to his plans because they're basically already doing the same thing. Both Primarchs ruled over small, stellar empires already. They were actively engaged in searching out nearby human worlds and uniting them. Both of them are empire building, mostly with the goal of recovering the civilization humanity used to have and protecting their area from outside attack. Rogel Dawn is slightly more on the warlike protection end of that scale, and Guilliman on the regain civilization end, but they're basically mini emperors already. The Emperor meets them, they both realise they're doing the same thing. They don't really have any problems with the Emperor beyond maybe thinking of him a bit distant compared to their normal family upbringings, but they understand their job and they pretty much get on with it. Even at the end, when Rogel Dawn is under immense pressure during the siege, he's pretty grown up about it. The Emperor can't get off the throne. Rogel Dawn doesn't like that, but he doesn't resent it. An easy start. Both are firmly in the good dad tier. Similar.
Okay, so like I was saying, the Emperor had roles for them, again, to be a tool or to be an accessory or to be a part of this overarching goal to save humanity. And they were already doing that. They were already like, you know what, Dad, maybe I will take over the auto shop. I'm already cleaning cars on the weekend. I'm already detailing, and I'm already, I don't know, what if I don't do cars? Shoot, I'm rotating tires and I'm changing oil, okay? I want to do that. So yeah, those who fall into the assigned roles and like those who already align with it, they're going to think he's a better dad. Makes sense. His goals align with their goals. His vision of his children align with their vision of themselves. Easy. He's not like, okay, I want you to be something you're not. He's like, hey, like what you're doing. Let's do it for everybody. Come on home, kids. Easy.
He doesn't resent it. An easy start. Both are firmly in the good dad tier. Similar to that is Fulgrim. Fulgrim sort of does the same thing Gilliman does, but on a bit of a smaller scale. He fixes the technology of his world, Chemos, and that productivity then returns civilization. And he sees that return of civilization, of culture and art, as the goal. He doesn't really spread any further than that, but again, when the Emperor arrives, he sees that the Emperor is doing the same thing as he is, and they seem totally aligned. Now, Fulgrim's problem comes because his legion have been affected by a gene seed blight before he was found, so for decades he has to play catch-up as like a second-line legion, and by the time the Emperor's children finally are strong enough to fight on their own, he has a massive complex about wanting to finally prove himself. But we don't get any indication that the Emperor is a part of that. The Emperor doesn't criticize the slowness of that rebuild, and neither do his brothers, really. It's kind of all Fulgrim. So I'm putting this one in good dadding, you know, for the standards of the world, too. And then also Vulcan fits in here. So the Emperor...
Okay, so Fulgrim. Dad was being good. There was just a lot of insecurity on his part. A lot of self-doubt on his part. Okay. Then that's fair. Sometimes you can have a good dad. But you can be so tunnel vision on other things that you don't know what you have until it's gone, you know? Easy to get along with someone when they agree with you, huh? Easy to make your parents proud when you're doing exactly what they want you to be doing.
Discovers him, does one of his increasingly popular mythological contests to win him over, and then actually spends loads and loads of time with
Vulcan.
him. Vulcan's one of the Primarchs that gets the most first-hand time with
Salamander,
the Emperor.
yes?
Maybe because he's one of the less warlike to start with, one of the more philosophical of the Primarchs.
Or just green.
Vulcan will have a completely horrible time in the Horus Heresy, tortured by Kurz, going temporarily mad and turning into like a charcoal stick on Macragge, and then thrown in a volcano. And through that,
and then
he
thrown in a
does
volcano.
seem to get a little regretful about the necessity of all this. But none of that is directly the Emperor's fault. It's kind of a fallout of Horus's heresy. Again, he's one of the more adult Primarchs. Him and the Emperor kind of get along well, and he isn't really treated particularly badly by him. Even at the end, the Emperor pretty much makes quite an effort to bring Vulcan on side. So I'm going to say good dadding.
Good dadding.
Then we get to a few more who still broadly align with the Emperor, but are maybe on the more warlike sides. Less up for rebuilding civilization, more up for conquering the galaxy for him. Obvious first one here, Leman Russ. Leman...
Okay, we're getting into Leman. Fulgrim is very tragic, one of the few Primarchs that genuinely like humans. He feared if the gene flaws still affecting his legion came out, that is a bit of stress on Fulgrim often forgotten. His marines still burned themselves out and died mid-battle. Oh. Keep in mind for the moment, most of the shown Primarchs had an okay childhood and well-adjusted parental figures, and the Emperor found them when they were already accomplished. See, they had a model of parenthood. They had a father figure. They kind of already knew what a dad was. So this shouldn't be good dad, bad dad. It should be adjusted child versus maladjusted child. Heard?
Man Russ rules as a tribal chief, the king of the Russ, and when he meets the Emperor, they do another comedy mythological contest, and then Russ is totally loyal from that point on. He understands the goal, uniting humanity, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to achieve that, just like the Emperor.
Communication.
No problems. Eventually, he'll get sent to bring Magnus back in chains, not kill him. But to be honest, the whole Emperor's executioner thing, the ultimate enforcer of his brothers, is one that Russ created for himself. There's no evidence that the Emperor gave him that job, particularly because the Emperor gave loads of Primarchs that job. The Emperor doesn't force him into that role. Russ creates it for himself. Russ's relationship with the Emperor, absolutely fine. They agree. Ferrus Manus is quite similar. There's a bit less story here, but him and the Emperor do a little bit of that mythological competition, and then they're fine with each other. Ferrus is on board with the whole unification thing. He ends up kind of in the role of experienced older brother. The only semi-falling out we hear about is when the Emperor makes Horus War Master, and Ferrus thinks it should have been him, but nothing really comes of that. He's not particularly pissed off. Seems like a good relationship, so Ferrus is again in the good dad tier.
Okay, yeah, thinks it should have been him, and that maybe has nothing to do with parenting, and just, again, has to do with sibling rivalry. Cool, we get it. Robute, Vulcan, and Dorn did have very good parental figures. Shout out to the dads that stepped up.
Lionel Johnson, similar story. He's very up for joining in with the Great Crusade, to the level where he kind of neglects Caliban at the very first chance he gets. He also sees the Emperor as someone of a similar mindset. For him, this is about making the galaxy safe from monsters, and he seems totally on board with the whole Imperial project. He does have a similar thing to Fulgrim in that he's a little insecure about his standing amongst the Primarchs. He also feels he should have been War Master, but he thinks that because his legion is numbered number 1 and are the oldest, he's actually discovered quite late in the Crusade. He's one of the less experienced commanders. And there's actually a little short story where the Emperor, realizing the Lion feels a little slighted, points out that, well, you know, people like Horus, they need those big accolades. But the reason the Lion's so great is because he doesn't need things like that. So, you know,
let's read that. Some men demand such pomp. They cannot accept the end of one era and the commencement of another without an occasion by which to mark it and give it meaning. Laurels must be given, honors and fair titles invented so that they may be bestowed upon favored generals. Some men need recognition. The shadows around the Emperor's throne deepened, but beneath the layers of but between the layers of give me a moment. But between the layers of obfuscation, deep within the myriad guises of that singularly unfathomable being, the Lion felt the Emperor behold his firstborn son. Some men, the Emperor continued, do not. See? He's like, you could have the new iPhone, and you could want that, or you could just be happy to hang out with good old dad. Good old dad. Obfuscation! Not a great book. Oh, not a great book. Sushi's dyslexia is having... I don't have dyslexia! I'm going to say ADHD for the second time. Add a quarter to the ADHD jar. But my... okay, add 2 quarters. My kind of ADHD is the one where my brain works faster than my mouth. So I'm reading it correctly, but translating that to language, my mouth is behind. High processing speed, slow working memory or something. I don't know. Whatever. 3 quarters in the jar. Go on.
The reason the Lion's so great is because he doesn't need things like that. So, you know, showing an interest, trying to make him feel better. I'm going to put that in good dadding again. And of course, that leads us to Horus, the one who was made war.
Horus already?
Horus is another Primarch that spends a lot of time with the Emperor. 20 years, but it's not out of choice necessarily, it's because there are no others found yet. Horus was reportedly, we think, the first one. Horus is also totally on board with the Emperor's plans. He's also really, really good at making friends with all the other Primarchs. They all know him, they almost all respect him, and nobody really challenges that. He seems completely and fully on board with the whole Imperial plan again. It's only really when he's given the honour of War Master as a reward for being so good that he starts to have a bit of a crisis of confidence. This is meant to be a great honour, but he's unsure what he should be doing, unsure if he deserves it.
He's cracking under the pressure.
His brothers will resent him, and it's that insecurity that grows to be a problem. And you know, being stabbed by a demon weapon. That's quite a big thing. But in terms of his relationship with the Emperor, they're pretty much on the same page. And the Emperor then honours him for it. The Emperor even suggests that to make the transition easier, he rename his legion from the Lunar Wolves to the Sons of Horus to cement the trust and authority the Emperor has in him. I don't think the Emperor is doing him some great disservice here. He seems pretty encouraging. So again, despite what happened, good daddy. And then
good daddy to Horus. Whoa. Fascinating. Fascinating. Can't claim he was a good dad to Horus. Make no mistake, you will lead my empire one day. Big E really liked Horus for real, for real. Oh yeah, I forgot he was attacked and Chaos touched him and he was poisoned. Oopsie. Forgot about that one.
Then finally, in the completely fine no problems here camp, we have Corax. Corax is found almost last, and the Emperor comes and sees him midway through winning his war for freedom, and then the Emperor goes away to let him finish, so that he can have freed his planet himself, which is actually quite clever and considerate. Now, freeing Kiava does involve dropping a load of nukes on it, and it might be the case that the Emperor is testing him to see if Corax would really do it. But if you've ever read Deliverance Lost, you'll know that Corax is fine with that sort of thing. He'll complain a bit about having to make the hard choice, and then he'll just do whatever he wants anyway. From that point on, Corax is pretty much Team Emperor all the way. The Emperor even gives him secret knowledge of the warp, apparently more than most of his brothers, and in the Heresy,
communication,
extra Primarch gene tech to rebuild his legion.
Communication.
Which of course goes horribly wrong because Corax is a bit overconfident with it. If anything, Corax is the favoured little kid brother here. His relationship with the Emperor is great, so he's in the same tier. And then before we move on, Alpharius is in this category too, mostly because we never really find out what the twin Primarchs' actual reason is for turning. There are a lot of versions of the story of their discovery, but crucially none of them show the Emperor being particularly mean to them, or them being particularly annoyed with him. If anything, it seems that they turn because they are more dedicated to the Emperor's goals than he is. It's a bit confusing, it's the Alpha Legion, but there's no story where the Emperor is particularly unjust to them or where they allege that he has been. Their personal relationship seems to be fine. So prior to the Heresy, everyone we've mentioned basically have no big problem with the Emperor.
That's 10 out of 20. That's one half. One half of them considered him a good dad. Okay. Wasn't that what he expected? One half of them would betray him. I guess kind of similar to one half of them I'll raise well. Maybe. 10 out of 18. Okay. 10 out of 18. 10 out of 18. That's even more than one half. That's 5 out... Oh, shoot. That's 5 out of 9. That's a decimal. If we do that, more, which I'm not going to do because math is not for me, but you can do it. You can do that math and you can tell me the decimal.
Almost all of them totally agree with his plans, and at most, they either find him a little bit distant and enigmatic, or they feel an amount of pressure to prove themselves amongst their many, many brothers. Basically, within the confines of a giant, dramatic, epic fantasy story, all of these seem pretty fine. The rest all have some form of grievance, but how much of that is their fault or the Emperor's is up for debate.
Dude is very generous to the Emperor. I disagree with more than a few. A lot of Primarchs back rationalize that the Emperor sucks after they fall. As you do. Right? As you do. Sometimes. In your 20s and your 30s, you go to therapy and you're like, actually, maybe I'm a bad person because of my parents. And that's psychoanalysis, kids.
Form of grievance, but how much of that is their fault or the Emperor's is up for debate. Sanguinius is an interesting one because we start to get the Emperor giving in a bit here. Sanguinius is yet again another Primarch who meets the Emperor, sees that he's been doing kind of the same thing as him, and goes all in on the crusade. The slight difference is the people of his homeworld worship him, which is a big no-no. He's worried about that. But the Emperor is fine. We know that he bends the rules sometimes when it's practical. He lets the Martians keep their religion, and he does the same with Sanguinius. Come crusading and Baal can keep worshipping you, but that's the line. Nobody else can, just the tribes of Baal. Negotiation with clear boundaries, taking into account Sanguinius's feelings. That is good dadding. Now, the only worry Sanguinius has is because he's scared that if the Emperor finds out about the Black Rage, he will kill him like apparently he might have done to 2 of his other sons. And yeah, we would probably say that killing 2 of your children is quite bad. We don't actually know what happened to the 2 lost Primarchs. There are hints that one had to be killed by either the Emperor or another Primarch, because of like alien brain worms controlling him, but it's only a hint. Whatever it was, it's enough that Sanguinius and later Lorgar are genuinely worried about, being disappeared. So it's hard
Fair.
to judge if that's fair. Again, mythical godlike super being has all these sons, but one is bad and casts them out, is in keeping for 40k. And of course, it doesn't actually happen to Sanguinius. Sanguinius might be overreacting here. He's worried about that, but it seems that his relationship with the Emperor, other than that, is quite good. The second similar story is the Khan. Jagatai Khan is another one who basically conquers his world, brings unity, meets the Emperor, sees that he's doing the same thing, and enthusiastically joins in. In fact, the Khan actually found having unity a bit boring, so he's happy to do some more crusading. The difference is that the Khan has quite a grown-up and pragmatic view of this. He's very aware that he doesn't really have a choice. He's very used to bringing tribes into his empire at the point of a sword, join me or die, and he's aware that the Emperor is doing the same thing. So he's critical of the Emperor, but without totally disagreeing with him. And his reaction is to be an enthusiastic supporter of the imperial idea while also deliberately staying isolated out on the fringes. He believes in the mission, but he doesn't want to end up on another throne, and he doesn't really want to hang out with his dad. It's a surprisingly nuanced and adult relationship for one of these guys. Functionally, though, beyond the general fantasy ruler stuff, the Emperor doesn't treat him particularly badly. They don't have much of a relationship, but it's not a particularly bad one. So all that's left here is the really contentious ones. Let's start with a nice easy one. Magnus the Red.
Magnus!
Apart from Horus, Magnus the Red seems to have been the closest to the Emperor himself.
The
for a
second
lot
son.
of the crusade. The Emperor and Magnus spend ages together. Magnus is present at the finding of a lot of the Primarchs, and he's one of the only Primarchs who seems to have actually been considered for a role after the crusade is over. The Emperor and Malcador planned for him to sit on the Golden Throne, which in that situation...
I will read it. I will read eloquently. He saw himself atop the Golden Throne, using his fearsome powers to guide humanity to its destiny as rulers of the galaxy. He was to be his father's chosen instrument of ultimate victory. It broke him to know that his unthinking hubris had shattered that dream. Oh, excellent, eloquent, give me my degree back.
Situation would have been a lovely experience, his mind free to wander the warp. So it's clear the Emperor needed a very psychic Primarch, and that they are going to have more knowledge than most of the warp, and so the Emperor keeps him close for ages, teaching him stuff. The only rule here was not to push too far. There were dark entities in the warp who wanted to manipulate humanity to their own benefit, so don't go talking to them or doing deals with them. That's the only rule. Don't go too far. Don't do sorcery. Very clear.
I mean, as any dad will tell you, don't take candy from a guy in a white van. Pretty fair. Hey, pretty fair. Don't go into the warp. Don't learn about that. Don't talk to them. Listen, don't talk to any chaos gods in the warp. Don't take candy from strangers. Easy.
Magnus immediately then does that. He does a secret deal with Tzeentch.
He's like, I love candy.
Turning into mutants. Then he teaches them loads of demon sorcery to the point where many of them have like weird demon familiars. And because of that, most of the other legions really distrust them. And Magnus knows what he's doing. He's aware of the danger. He will later warn Lorgar away from studying the warp too much. He knows the problem. And within the armies of the Imperium, all of this is really contentious. This would all come to a head in the Council of Nicaea. Magnus, Sanguinius, and the Khan had pioneered the Librarius, a contingent of psychic warriors in each legion, but it had caused these massive splits between the various Primarchs. Many of them just wouldn't allow it or saw it as an insanely dangerous thing. In response, the Emperor calls a massive meeting to debate the use of psychic powers by the Imperium, the result being that the Librarius and sorcery in general was banned. Magnus, of course, saw this as totally unfair because sorcery was his whole thing, and he completely ignored
that's
that
my
rule
whole
and
thing.
went back and did it even more. And then when he discovered the Horus heresy was happening, he decided the best way to warn the Emperor, despite being specifically told not to do this, would be by casting a massive spell that then unwittingly destroyed the Emperor's secret webway project and risked Terra being invaded by demons. We know the story.
Yeah, kind of rough. And, you know, that's also hindsight is 2020, right? If he had known hey, let me just tell Sonny Boy some information that could have been helpful. But you're right. He did. Who said that? The Emperor created a curious Primarch and didn't tell him stuff. What'd you think was gonna happen there, buddy? You made him curious. Magnus Psychic Stream Call got him scammed. He was scammed. He was scammed by Zinch. My deaf ass heard don't take handies from strangers. Also, don't take candies. Don't take handies. Nothing from a guy in a white van. Don't take it, any of it. I can't stop seeing the warp gods and their differently themed kidnapper vans pulling up on the Primarchs. So we need an artist. Can we get an artist to draw each of the chaos gods in a differently themed van trying to attract the Primarchs? Thank you. Rather than drive over to Dad, he engraved an artillery shell with the message and shot it at his dad. He couldn't call, he couldn't text. Instead, he sent a bomb. What are you gonna do? You weren't answering my calls. Me when you don't answer my calls. Hey, I called, I texted, so of course I had to put my message on a bomb. Like, hello? What did you expect me to do? Answer my text next time. God. He did tell him, would you blame a father for wanting not to get into a white van? And the kid thought, but candy's good. But some candy not good. Handies are some of the safer things to take from strangers. You don't know where that hand's been. We created you for the purpose of being good at magic. Now don't do magic. Have you seen the kids? I get it, he was older, but instant gratification, okay? Children want that candy. Have you seen the candy buck, the marshmallow, whatever experiment? I think it's marshmallow. The experiment, did you sit a kid down in front of a bowl of marshmallows and you're like, do not touch the marshmallows. I am going to leave. If I come back and you didn't touch the marshmallows, then you can have the marshmallows. But if you touch the marshmallows before I come back, you cannot have the marshmallows. And of course the kids are touching the marshmallows because they don't know they only know instant gratification and they don't know about waiting. Most of the kids, they're just like, I see marshmallow, I eat marshmallow. Okay, that's why you must explain to them. You get one marshmallow now, but you could have more marshmallows, okay? If you don't get into that guy's van, I'll buy you more candy. Magnus, you could have the throne. Don't send a bomb. Listen to me, Magnus.
Story after that for a secret webway project and risks Terra being invaded by demons. We know the story after that. The Emperor orders that Russ go and bring him back in chains. We don't know why, possibly to explain some stuff or keep him under control. And then Russ gets convinced by Horus to go and kill him. So, the big issue here is that Magnus basically doesn't listen. The Emperor taught Magnus for overall the longest, gave him the most time, he was given the highest level of trust and responsibility, and the Emperor taught him the most about the warp, including the most important thing, that there are entities in it that will try and deal with you, don't do it. And then he went and did it. And the intention was to put an end to that with a great big gesture like Nikaya, because it was tearing Imperial forces apart. Again, Magnus doesn't listen, and then he's told not to do big spells, and he does a massive one that ruins everything. No matter how many times Magnus is told to stop, he still goes further, and the final result is the Emperor not killing him, but saying, bring him to Terra. He's humiliated himself. That doesn't seem that bad considering. I mean, okay, these are great big fantasy gestures that the Emperor is doing, but again, they seem like they're coming at the very end of a load of
killed
other
him.
warnings.
I don't know.
Magnus seems to have been treated the best up until that point, given the most leeway and trust, and it still didn't work. So I'm going to say the Emperor did nothing wrong here.
Whoa, big statement. Big statement. Okay, I mean, he has to live with that for the rest of his life, so I don't know, would he rather be dead? He was told about creatures, but all he found was benevolent, cute animals. See, and that, again, communication. It's like, you know, sometimes you can teach kids, but they learn better once they figure it out. And I guess that's what happened to, like, in a very oversimplified way, but also maybe he could have told a little bit more. I don't know. And like someone is bringing up like, you don't want to explain the concept of kidnappers to kids because you don't think they're grown enough to understand, or worse, they might misunderstand and go looking for the kidnapper vans, right? It really does depend on how you draw the scenario and how the person can interpret that information. Like, you're telling me, cool, there are these strange things in the warp and people were trying to hurt me. Don't do that. But again, his hubris, what if I'm just better than them? Okay, what if I'm so good and I give such complete control over my mind that those warp gods, they're not gonna touch me? Okay, did he say that? Yes, they're actually freaking gods. Okay, and no person, maybe not even I, maybe I can, but maybe not, can escape if they try to mess with you. Like, could there have been more? There was warning, but could there have been more, what do you call it? More weight to it, right? More seriousness. Could that have been communicated? Because, you know, there are some things you tell a kid and like, if they realize the danger, again, if they see a pattern with a danger, they won't do it. They won't be curious. No matter what. If they're like, okay, that's danger. Like, curious, nah. And most of the time, those patterns are, again, from experience, so makes sense. Whatever. Yada yada. Magnus was arrogant and reckless, never learned from failure because his failures didn't show themselves immediately. That's another thing, okay, with hubris. Learn from your failures. Sometimes people also like to push the limits. They're like, okay, you know what? Sure, that thing I did was bad, but did it end the world? No. It destroyed the webway, yeah, but the world's fine. I think I can keep going. Bad communication is worse than no. If you are only told lies, you learn less than the truth. Also, imagine if explaining the concept of kidnappers magically spawns some that target the kid. Right. Whether or not they are considered actual gods is still kind of up for debate, right? God, omnipotent, super powerful, potentially godlike beings are there. Okay? If he had told Magnus about the throne, Magnus would have happily accepted endless torture, but the Emperor couldn't grant him a purpose, and he couldn't just ask. Again, he was shooting blanks, trying to find a purpose that was already there. And maybe he didn't have faith, okay? Maybe Magnus didn't have faith in the Emperor. Again, very complex, could go both ways, right? The Emperor didn't have faith in Magnus to give him some of this information. He didn't have faith in the Emperor to see that there was a bigger picture for him, as there were bigger pictures for all of the Primarchs. Okay, but did I die? Is a really good analogy for Magnus. But did I die? Oh, but did the world explode? No? Okay, I'm gonna do it again. And I'm gonna do it again.
Now, going down the list of our complainants, we have Perturabo. There's no doubt that Perturabo was pretty resentful of the Emperor, but he's not very open about it, which makes it difficult to handle. Perturabo is used as a warlord by his father on Olympia, the paranoid tyrant Damokos, and he sort of resents that. So when the Emperor comes, he, like most of the Primarchs, is totally up for a bit of great crusading. He's all in, although it's more for the opportunity to use his skills rather than like uniting humanity under some noble goal. What happens is that when he's deployed, he consistently gets sent into the worst war zones. Trench battles, grueling slogs, high losses, no glory. And he really starts to resent this and to resent his brothers who get the glory, particularly Dawn, who is like the shiny opposite of him.
PTSD from a losing battle.
Thing is, as far as I can tell, this isn't really anyone in the Imperium's fault. Perturabo is bitter and has a chip on his shoulder about this sort of thing while he's on Olympia. And it's not that he's been like unfairly assigned to it. Perturabo's skill is in analytics. He automatically sees every war as a math puzzle to be solved, and then that's combined with a Legion gene seed that's really easy to implant, really easy for that Legion to replace losses. So sieges and the resultant trench warfare and attrition ends up being sort of how he naturally thinks of things, partly a product of the
Ooh,
Emperor
that's
creating
rough.
him, but also partly a product of his mountainous homeworld. And he's way too proud to communicate any of this discomfort to the Emperor. So Crusade Command, and then later the Council of Terror, assign his legion to a grueling trench war. He hates this, but he's too proud to say anything, rages about it in private, probably killing some of his own soldiers, and then completes the assignment perfectly, saying nothing. And then it happens again. Dawn doesn't even do anything to warrant Perturabo's rivalry. Perturabo essentially drives himself deeper and deeper into a spiral of self-loathing, like some incel on the internet, finding more and more links to make himself angrier and angrier without, like, talking to anyone about it. The Emperor
A
and some of his
therapist.
brothers notice that he's quite bitter, but every time he gets a new mission, he says yes and does it, refusing to object like many of his brothers would, and convinced that this makes him the better, more dutiful, more honourable son, even if he resents every part of it. I think Perturabo is the first Primarch to go in the category difficult upbringing. The reason he sees things like this is kind of the situation he grew up in, the paranoia of the rival city-states and his weird relationship to his human father, and his specific way of thinking about war. It makes him this very insular person who keeps doing what he's asked even though he hates it and never saying he hates it. It's kind of hard to argue that the problem with Perturabo was anything the Emperor explicitly did to him. It's kind of the scattering that messes him up. Mortarion, similar unjustified grudge.
Interesting. Okay. Well, there are a lot of children who do exactly what their parents ask and they don't agree with it and they do it anyways. Very human. Perturabo also did a decimation of his own soldiers, killing about 1/10 of them. This did not endear him to his brothers as they saw it as a massacre of his own sons. Makes sense. Also, we're given PTSD, the diagnosis of PTSD to Mr. Perturabo. Because wait, are we still talking about Perturabo? Hold on. Yeah. Cause he's living through and seeing and knowing that the best kinds of conflict or wars paths to be won are through like trench warfare and like sending in his guys to be killed. And like he knows that's what it takes, but also that's not a good feeling. Like I'm sure he took no pleasure in seeing that. I'm sure that builds up on a person, right? So I'm saying PTSD because he's seeing that and he knows it's a cycle that he has to continue and he's not liking it, and he knows the Emperor needs him to continue doing it because that's what he's good at and that's what he does and that's what gets him results at it, as is being seen. But again, the end of the day, you're like, I don't want to do this. I don't wanna. Okay? Perturabo, the Primarch made to create, the engineer told only to destroy. Exactly. Hi, Philomena. Everyone I know is into Warhammer. Why am I not into Warhammer, Sakana? Why should I like Warhammer? Philomena, oh my goodness. There's so much. There is so much. There has to be something here for you to like. I learn more and more every day. I'm learning right now. You should get into Warhammer if there's some parts of it you're interested in. Again, why net? Jump in somewhere. Painting, the painting part, the lore part. The community is pretty good. I'm against those demons and their power. I know I will become a demon Primarch. That'll show everyone. Why are we gambling? Perturabo just wanted to build lighthouses and water fountains, but ended up leading endless campaigns of the worst, most horrid sieges without any rewards. Yeah, and also, you know, when you don't have rewards, what is all the dying? When you don't have glory, what does all of the death mean? All his children and his people died for what? Right? So again, the cycle continues, and they are just another number in another statistic in seeing the end goal be fulfilled, right? But I'm sure there must have been more of a connection to them. So yeah, that could do a lot to you. That could do a lot to the psyche. He took no pleasure in it, but he couldn't express that, and he got mad at his soldiers for expressing such thought. He's complex. Yeah, he doesn't know his feelings. He just knows there's a lot of it. Happens. I only like Warhammer because it sinked its fangs into my neck and I can't escape, you know? And some people like that. Philomena, I know you love sinking your fangs into things. He got shit jobs, but he never spoke up. The fish is telling you to jump in the net. Oh, that's... I may be wrong, but I recall Perturabo struggling with his own adoptive sister. And he has sister problems. Oh my gosh. I heard my name. What did you say? I said I know you like sinking your fangs into things. Okay. Basically Warhammer, huge net. Jump in the net. You might find something you like. Wait, he strangled his sister? Hello? I misread. He strangled his sister, not struggled with his sister. He strangled her. Heard. No, he had sister problems, and not anymore. All right. The only person he loved was his sister, who he then later strangled. Oh, not one of these. But it's fine. He felt bad. What happened to the man I knew who wished for no more war? The boy who drew such wonderful things. Perturabo's sister, Caliphany. Nobody wanted them. Perturabo. Oh no. Oh no, not killing the only person who ever loved you. Oh.
So more scattering that messes him up. Mortarion,
Rough.
similar unjustified grudge. So Mortarion
I'm sure he
ends up
did
being
regret.
brutalized and twisted by his adoptive father, the alien overlord Nasser, and then he leads a rebellion against him, which doesn't completely work. He successfully kills all the evil overlords except for Nasser, whose fortress is so high up, even Mortarion's constitution and tech can't cope. Before the Emperor shows up, Mortarion is intent on going up there anyway, but when the Emperor does show up and offers to kill Nasser for him, Mortarion doubles down, insisting on doing it himself, and then he collapses outside Nasser's fortress and is almost killed by him. The Emperor steps in and saves him. So Mortarion would have died if the Emperor wasn't there. But because he's raised on this planet where your constitution is the most important thing, Mortarion hates the fact that he had to be saved. And that grudge is eventually what leads him to be so bitter. Like Perturabo, he sees himself as too proud, too principled to actually do anything about this. He doggedly fights the entire Great Crusade for the Emperor, and the Emperor even takes his side during the Council of Nicaea. I guess we could say the Emperor could have been more subtle. He could have arrived earlier, fought the whole war at the side of Mortarion, made friends, and they could have taken Nasser together. But of course the Emperor only turned up right at the very, very end of Mortarion's war, and it's pretty clear Mortarion was going to try and do it on his own anyway. The problem here is the planet he grew up on and how that affected his discovery.
The culture.
I should put this in difficult upbringing. I'm just really tempted to drop him in a new category called being a dick. A lot of this is just Mortarion being an arsehole. Another commonly cited one next, Conrad Kurz. Conrad is the only Primarch not to have been adopted and raised by some sort of local humans. Instead, he lurks in the shadows, adopts a brutal black and white attitude to justice, and eventually rules his planet out of fear, brutally murdering anyone who disagrees with him. Kurz is a pretty sorry figure by the time he's discovered. He has painful premonitions, particularly of people's deaths, possibly even of his own, at the hands of an Imperial assassin, so he knows that his time with the Emperor won't be fun, and he isn't particularly happy about doing it. And when he does get put in charge of his legion, the particular mentality he has been, I guess, raised in turns their existing role as terror troops up to 11. They become almost gleefully brutal and cruel. The contentious point comes later in the Crusade, when the Imperium is solidifying and the need for, like, a horrific terror legion is a lot less. In fact, it feels a little bit like the Thunder Warriors this. The Night Lords are considered a necessary evil of the early Crusade, but maybe not something that a civilized Imperium should have. And they start to get reprimanded for their unnecessary cruelty, which at the same time they are ramping up and up and up. And when that happens, the entire legion, including Conrad, flip out. His black and white sense of everything sees this as hypocrisy. The Emperor was fine with Conrad being a terror weapon when the Emperor needed it, so therefore he should be able to do this forever, even when it's not needed. It's a very teenage argument, right? Conrad resents the Emperor for making him do this, despite the fact that he was doing it anyway, and then for asking him to stop and be better, despite the fact that other legions do stop their ways and are better. The Raven Guard were also a cruel terror weapon when they worked for the Emperor, and then Corax decided they didn't have to be, and they changed. The Blood Angels were horrific berserkers, until Sanguinius went, we're not doing this anymore, and they changed. I think it's perfectly reasonable for the Imperium and the Emperor to say, okay, we might have needed an army this horrible in the past, but we don't need this anymore, so could you maybe calm down a bit? I think that's a completely reasonable thing to ask a legion to do. I think, like Perturabo, Conrad is just too wrapped up in how bad his own life is to actually do anything about it. And like Magnus, he's concerned with sticking to the image he's created of himself that he can't really change it, even when it would be better for him and better for his legion. It's just one of the more childish stories. It's like asking your teenage son to maybe not dress as a skeleton at grandma's funeral. Shut up, Dad. This is who I am. I shouldn't have to change. You were fine with me dressing like this yesterday when I was playing video games. You're such a hypocrite. Sensibly, we should also put Conrad in difficult upbringing, but fuck it. Let's have a new chapter for difficult upbringing, but also an arsehole. And then we'll move Mortarion in there too. Ha. Okay, we're getting to the final.
Dick. It's not a phase, Dad. It's not a phase. Another horrible garbage person who I love reading about. Wow, we got people who hate him, people who love him. I love the stories he is in. It's evil Batman who can see only the worst futures. That's rough. But he's not evil Batman because his dad's alive. Boom, got him. Conrad is the M's biggest F up for me. The moral high ground that was a lie, terror to prevent slaughter, so he's asked for bloodbath. I so want to see you get into Primarch Conrad Kurz. He's the only Primarch with conventionally defined mental illnesses and shows aspects of depression, multiple personality disorder, narcissism, and schizophrenia. He's such an interesting character with, in my opinion, the best arc of all of Primarchs. Kurz had the power to see the future, but only the bad outcomes, and combined with being grown up into a planet ghetto, he turned out into a murderous psychopath with a twisted sense of justice. Like, he enjoys torture, not just necessary evil. The Night Lords also killed the fewest people when taking a planet, but the people he did kill were skinned alive on camera and broadcast to the whole planet with surrenderers from fear. What the? Homeboy, is he good? If I remember correct, when the Emp found Conrad and landed, he brought Primarchs with them, and they approached. He saw all of their futures. Ooh, rough. Emps bestowed the name Conrad Kurz on him. He always considered himself Night Haunter. Dad, that's not my name. Call me Night Haunter. I'm not leaving my room till you call me Night Haunter. My name is not Conrad. Don't call me Conrad. Don't call me Connie. I stand on the Emperor's side in the Kurz situation because he constantly tries to redeem Kurz even after he goes nuts. He's a great sculptor too, with meat. Ugh, I don't like that. Lord of the Night is a good view of Kurz and what he wanted to be. It's the just so you know we're evil now. Wait, aren't we already evil? Mood. I saw Philomena talk about rats. I know there are rat people in Warhammer, but there's a lack of rats right now. Maybe all characters in Warhammer should be rats. We're talking about the Emperor, who is not a rat, and his children, also not rats. But there are rats, who I endearingly call rat bastards. When I was first wanting to get into Warhammer, one of my mods, Verdobe, he's into Warhammer, and like I said, I do a crafting stream, and he was like, hey, you want to build some of my models for your stream? Basically wanting me to do free work for him. What the heck? But also, you know, content. And I was like, yeah. He's like, cool, I got these rats. And I'm like, you want me to build rat bastards? Can I make them pink? So there are rat bastards, yes. Love a rat bastard. Love a rat bastard. Have I learned about the rat bastard yet? Oh, it's fantasy. Sorry, wrong one. Rat bastards are fantasy. My fish people are Age of Sigmar. This is 40k. No rat bastards in 40k. I love the convo he had with his dad's meat thing in that one book. What? No rats. No rats. Philomena, get into Warhammer Fantasy for the rat bastards. There are bugs. There are bugs. There are... Oh my gosh, Philomena, listen. You want to know who my favorite factions are right now? And we're going to get into them in the next couple of weeks. Because... Do you hear that? You hear that? That's the sound of the boys. The orcs. Philomena, the orcs. The orcs are mushrooms. The orcs are mushrooms who manifest, okay? They're like, I want big gun, go boom. And they get big gun, go boom, okay? And they're mushrooms. Listen, they're mushrooms, okay? I am going to turn my boys into matcha mushroom boys. I'm so ready to learn about them, okay? Write that down. Matcha mushroom boys. Are they hot? They're orcs, sweetie. They're orcs, sweetheart. they're hot. Sure. Okay. You know what? Manifest that they're hot and they're hot. And that's what the boys want from us. Okay. These guys, people think the Primarchs are hot. Okay, we're going into some, there's 18 of them to choose from. If you could think one of them is hot. Okay. Mushroom boys. Depend if you like the color green. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anyway, sorry. Sidetracking on the orc and the rat bastards. Back to the sunny boys.
Final two, and it's the turn of Lorgar, which is a big one. Where do we
I'm sorry, what am I reading? Great jawlines on some orcs, no junk though, I think. Hello? I do not need to know about the orc's junk. Hello? Can't they just manifest some junk? Bruh. What do you mean the orcs don't have junk? Oh, because they're mushrooms, duh. They don't need junk. They're mushrooms. It's pertinent? Hey, it's pertinent! Anyways, you know, they are mushrooms. Isn't the orcs junk situation part of their lore? I can't wait to learn about the orcs lore and learn about how they don't have junk. Great video. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. We're going to learn about orc junk. Or no orc junk. Lack of orc junk.
Start. Lorgar is kind of a blend of Conrad and Magnus, but turned up to 11 by the inclusion of religion. Lorgar is raised in a culture based entirely around religious faith by an abusive human stepfather, and a bit like Perturabo, he's kept in that bad place by a mix of duty and guilt.
Is that a dragon?
He eventually unites the planet through religion, a religion that worships the Emperor, and then he keeps doing that, which is the problem. Lorgar kept on spreading this idea that the Emperor was a god, and the usual issue people talk about when we're talking about bad dads is how the Emperor dealt with it. So if you believe Lorgar,
oh, he's the one with the bald lettering.
Is a god, whatever he says. And then Lorgar was absolutely fine for decades, indoctrinating planets into his imperial faith, until out of nowhere one day, the Emperor cruelly destroyed his perfect imperial worship city and humiliated him in front of the Ultramarines, which was totally uncalled for and completely unfair. A bit like Conrad, how dare the Emperor make me change? I've decided this is correct, it's who I am. But that's not actually what happened.
Oh.
We know the Emperor has admonished Lorgar before for his faith, and we also know that not doing religion is one of the biggest and most prominent laws in the entire Imperium. Lorgar is totally aware for the entire time that he is crusading and spreading religion that he's breaking a massive law again and again, and he just keeps doing it.
I don't know why I'm picturing just the Emperor as like this 80-year-old Middle East or Southern Middle Eastern white man being like, we don't do that shit around here about religion, and Lorgar being like praying and wearing his little rosaries, you know. Emperor's on his rocking chair. You know, we don't talk about that religion shit. Pachoo. That's him spitting.
Amongst the Primarchs, it's like some open secret. His brothers know he's doing this. Many people kind of know he's doing this. His brothers sort of criticize and belittle him for it, and he just carries on, ignoring them. Off somewhere in the galaxy, building more churches. Lorgar presents this as, I had no idea it was a problem, but in fact, this is a bit like Nikaya. At the time the destruction of Monarchia happens, Lorgar has been knowingly defying one of the most important rules of the Imperium for decades, while everyone around him repeatedly tells him not to. He just thinks it isn't that serious. The result is that the Emperor, and we're back into the massive grand gestures here, goes to the holiest city, evacuates it, and then destroys it to make a point. To Lorgar, that's a totally unfair overreaction. To everyone,
sushi roll. Itadakimasu tilde.
They subscribe. That was literally 99% accurate. Thank you. The orcs' junk is never actually mentioned, but there are several mentions of them having competitions of who can pee the highest, so they must at least have an Audi. Okay, listen. I know we don't like it when someone tries to change the lore, but listen. The orcs have a little mushroom, and that is their junk. The orcs are a mushroom. They have a mushroom. That is their junk. Their junk is a little mushroom. Or maybe large. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever you want, King. They got a mushroom. Thank you for the sub. That's a big mushroom. Interesting. Hey. I know we're not changing things, but my orcs, our mushrooms have mushrooms. That's the thing I learned today. I told you I would teach you guys. I'm glad that all of my degrees have converged together to teach you that orcs have a mushroom. Anyways.
To make a point. To Lorgar, that's a totally unfair overreaction. To everyone else,
that's not
it's
fair.
Like a final warning after Lorgar's been ignoring the rules for decades.
That's not fair.
Magnus even later confirmed that, saying that it was a last chance. Magnus argued in favour of Lorgar. Instead of treating Lorgar as a rebel, as someone breaking the biggest laws of the Imperium, which he has done, Lorgar is given another chance, a chance to change. And yet again, like Magnus and like Conrad, he considers that idea offensive. Instead...
Sorry, I'm still stuck on the mushrooms. You know Sunny Angels? The orcs are just Sunny Angels and then a mushroom on them. No, maybe not little. Mushroom. A mushroom. Hype train. Whoa, calm down. I am building the biggest mushroom Gazcall. I love a mushroom. I'm learning, but my head melts information into pixie dust. I recommend taking notes. Funny thing, Warhammer Fantasy has a faction of evil rat men called Skaven, and they're insane. Then they use warp nukes. Yeah, those are the rat bastards. I'm pretty sure the Skaven are the rat bastards I'm talking about. Somebody at Verdobe and ask him what his rat bastards are called. Let me ask him. Hey, what are your rat bastards called? Why aren't you modding my stream? Worst mod. Heart emoji. I treat my mods well. Yay! Wombat, thank you for the gifty. How did you call me? Rat bastards. Are Skaven the rat bastards? I'm pretty sure they are. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Skaven are the rat... Unless there are more rat bastards. No Verdobe, great mod. Where is he? I see Calio, great mod, great mod. Sometimes the Primarchs act like they're the top dogs of the Imperium and nothing applies to them, even from Big E, and they get slapped down and Pikachu face. I know the face you're talking about. The Emperor gave Lorgar way too many chances. It shouldn't have gotten to decades in the first place, especially when his brothers were fed up with him. I mean, the Emperor has, like, not too many rules, if you think about it. And one of them is no religion, Lorgar. Literally, no religion. He probably has a sign in his kitchen, you know, like those ones you get at Home Goods. Rules of this house. 1, love each other. 2, no religion. 3, shoes off when entering the home. That's like law 1 or 2. Exactly!
he goes and finds something else to worship. Lorgar's a really interesting one because it is a case of difficult upbringing. He probably does mean well. It's a really interesting idea. What if Lorgar wasn't raised on cultists? But his treatment by Cor Phaeron and his raising
nature versus
within
nurture
that society do not set him up well. Particularly the sort of role of a preacher doesn't set him up well for having honest relationships with other humans and his brothers. Sometimes he's depicted as attempting to cast himself as some sort of peacemaker, but they mostly just dismiss him for it. And other times he seems childishly easy to offend. Gilliman describes him as a political nightmare, an actual impediment to the Imperium, so easily offended and changeable that talking to him is like walking on eggshells. In his early life, his complete conviction that the Emperor was a god worked. It led to his homeworld being united. So when the Crusade comes, he approaches his beliefs with the same conviction. It worked out back then, so therefore ignore every single warning, ignore the fact that you're doing the opposite of what you're meant to be doing, have faith, and surely everyone else will come around eventually. Ignore anyone telling you to stop. It's pretty clear that a gesture the size of the destruction of Monarchia is actually the only thing that will get him to stop and consider he might be wrong, because it's the only thing that does. And of course he responds by doubling down, deciding he's not actually wrong after all, it's just the object of his worship was the wrong one.
Actually, I'm not wrong.
Or Magnus, the issue here is that his early life and upbringing leads to him seeing himself a certain way, and he absolutely is incapable of changing that. And then, finally in this list...
Okay, did the Emperor ever think of a therapist or maybe 20 in the grand scheme of things? He had Uncle Malcador, the Manny, / the teacher. He had the houses. Where are the therapists? All my homies hate Erebus. He landed on a chaos worshipping planet and was able to convert the entire planet with little resistance because he diverted the planet to worshipping the Emperor. Lorgar was raised by a very abusive and religious adoptive father. Again, I totally think he has BPD, 1 or 2. I guess I'll figure that out maybe when we learn more about it. He's a fanatic believer who doesn't care about what he believes in, just that he has something. And you know, some people are. He was going to probably use Angron as his de facto therapist because before the nails, Angron could absorb negative energy. Now that's something I wish I could have. Hello? Give me your negative energy. Wait. Okay, sorry. I might be jumping ahead and they might answer this in like the next videos if we ever get there because I'm talking too freaking much. But if Angron absorbs negative energy, does that negative energy go to Angron and disappear so it doesn't go to the Chaos Gods? Or does it go to both? Is he starving the Chaos Gods of that emotion, basically? I can absorb energy, you know this. Oh yeah, I know this. He had the Emperor's humanity and empathy. He experienced it. So he had to feel it. But you can hurt. Oh, okay. So it doesn't disappear. He feels it, so it still goes to the Chaos God because it is still happening. Got it.
We have Angron.
Angron, here he is.
In a number of ways. Angron is raised by humans, but as a gladiator, and he's implanted with the butcher's nails, which stop him acting rationally and are also killing him. And when the Emperor finds him, he's about to die, willing to die, to prove a point to the humans who captured him. He's also the only Primarch to flat out refuse the Emperor. And so the Emperor teleports him away and then makes him watch as his army, his fellow gladiators, are slaughtered. And yes, that does seem pretty unwarranted and cruel. When people say the Emperor's a bad dad, this is the big one, and it's kind of hard to refute. The usual answer to this is the Emperor could have just deployed his army and helped out Angron's gladiators.
Where in the process of organizational psychological eval are we in? Well, I cannot do interviews with them, and we also can't do testing. So I guess we're just doing behavioral observation and observation from others. I guess Ian would be like the teacher's eval because he knows more about them than I do. So like kind of like if you were doing an evaluation on a student, you would want to hear from the parents and the teacher. Yeah. Are you taking notes? I'm taking notes. He could have just sent his army down.
But he didn't. So look, we can sit here and go, that means he's bad. But we also know the Emperor isn't a complete idiot. So we have to ask,
he's not.
Why didn't he do that? The first answer is like some sort of divine punishment that is probably way too far. We don't have a transcript of exactly what Angron and the Emperor said and how Angron refused the Emperor. So we don't know if that was a nice civilized conversation or a massive flaming argument. We have all met Angron though, so, you know, guess. It's possible this is as simple as a punishment. He's the only Primarch to outright say no. The Emperor thinks, I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. That's an option. The other option is that Angron wouldn't really have been happy with the Emperor helping either. Angron was planning to die as a last stand to prove a point. And the Emperor wasn't going to let that happen. But if the Custodes had teleported down and helped and Angron's side had won, would Angron actually have been happy with that? It wouldn't be his gladiators winning or his gladiators having a last stand. It would have been the Emperor helping him win, the Emperor doing it for him. Would that have just turned out like Mortarion? And then finally, there's a bit of a practical thing here. At the time, the Emperor still thinks he might be able to remove the nails from Angron. But I would guess it's unlikely he can remove them from all the human gladiator buddies. If he saves Angron and his army, all those crazy gladiators full of butcher's nails are going to follow Angron into the Legion, right? And remember, this is later in the Crusade. He's not that far away from reprimanding Comrade Kurz for being too brutal. Now, we know eventually that he can't remove the butcher's nails, but at the time, he thinks he might be able to save Angron, and it's probably a bad idea to let a load of frothing, hyper-violent gladiators into the legions. That could be the reason. If we go down the teenage son analogy again, the Emperor turns up to find that his kid has fallen in with a load of hyper-violent psychopaths and is now convinced he should die for the cause with them just to prove a point to his friends. Do you let him do that? Or do you help the hyper-violent psychopaths? Or do you just remove him from the situation and hope you can fix it later? All of this, of course, is conjecture. We don't know if any of those are the reason. All we know is that the Emperor seems to have done something incredibly cruel, and we have to guess as to what the reasons for it are. So based on what we know,
we're just
this is
guessing.
probably the only Primarch that I can say absolutely, even for the standards of the time, was treated personally badly by the Emperor. Although it's still a little bit of difficult upbringing, right? So there's the list.
This is all of them? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, we got them all. Wow. Only one of them was treated badly. Interesting. Ian does give the Emperor a lot of grace. No shade. I appreciate his feedback. I feel though that a lot of Warhammer lore analysis suffers from a binary of good and bad decision. Worse than not sending his army down, he was giving the planet back to the slavers. He could have made Angron a fleet-based legion, but didn't. Why send the Custodes? Send his legion. The legion was there. His men to become one with his slave army. The Emperor tries to remove the nails, but fails, and finds out that removing the nails will kill Angron. Yeah, can't do that. If the Emps is straight up wrong or stupid, I think it hurts the story, so some hand-waving is needed at times, because no author is as smart as the Emperor is supposed to be. True. I wasn't listening, but I love that. I wasn't listening, but I heard another reason was the world was thinking of joining the Imperium, so like the Emperor didn't want to waste the opportunity to take the Primarch and keep the planet. Okay. I tend to go with the fact he's playing a game he's only so good at. That does not, however, suggest that any other single person would have been better at it, though. True. Maybe he is the best player, but that doesn't mean he's a perfect player. I think the justification was that the slaves were next to useless in the grand scheme of things, which is the shitty stance, but it's 40k. You're still useful, so I'm not gonna let you die. Lore-wise, it has to be him who's the best in the game. He's the best in the game, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. I think that Angron would have been very, very happy having E save his buddies. They decided to die in a last stand because that was the only option available to them at the time, not because that's what they wanted. He would have been pretty loyal, I think, if he did help. I mean, Dad didn't help all my friends. I'd be kind of pissed. The best stories of God and men are those where our gods are flawed. True, true, true. A theory I like, the Emperor knew the nails would kill Angron, so if he didn't have enough hate, so the Emperor made himself the focus of Angron's hate, saving his life but dooming their relationship. Oh, now that's a good dad! Now that's a good dad! That's a good take. There is no mention of the others having nails. His father didn't. The nails were rare architect, not something to give everyone. You get a nail! You get a nail! I subscribe to the idea that the Emperor knew half of the Primarchs would betray him, so he stacked the deck. Yeah. And, like, if this is the way he stacked the deck on being a bad dad, not too bad.
As far as I think anyway, we have a ton of Primarchs who, despite the occasional reservations, seem pretty on board with the Emperor, don't seem to have had particularly bad relationships. Then we have a number whose issues with the Emperor seem to mostly come from where they landed, and then one who seems to have actually been treated with quite a lot of cruelty, but we can only really speculate as to the reasons. When people joke about the Emperor was a bad dad, they're usually referring to some of these specific things. The treatment of Lorgar, of Magnus, or of Angron is usually the thing cited. But of course, there are more general accusations of bad dadding that he did to everybody, so maybe we'll go through that. First, I've seen it argued that whatever the Primarch's personal flaws, it's ultimately the Emperor's fault because the Emperor made them like that. All nature, no nurture. Every character trait they had was deliberately put there by the Emperor. I think that's a bit of a misunderstanding about how the Primarchs and things like Gene Seed work. We know that when creating the Primarchs, the Emperor made them all a bit different, with different combinations of character traits, in case they were all useful. But I think people often take that a bit too far. There are in-world legends that the Emperor gave each Primarch a role, or gave each Primarch a piece of his own personality. But those are just in-world legends. They're not categorically true.
Interesting.
From what we can tell...
That's interesting as a godlike, but also father kind of take, right? Since I am so great, let me take parts of me. Don't know which combinations. Probably I'm so great because of all of them, but like, because I'm so great, each individual part of me might be so great too. So let's just give them all individual things. And this brings me to another thing. I know some of you have said that he probably stacked the deck because he thought some would betray him and, like, you know, make sense. Some might die, might lose one or two, too. But why would he not have made multiple to do the same thing? So, like Magnus, right? If Magnus was destined for the throne, and the throne not being the throne it is now, but the throne it was intended to be before he broke the webway, why couldn't he have two Primarchs do that? Because wasn't Magnus's hubris like, I'm the best, I'm the strongest, blah, blah, blah. So if there were two of him, would that have abated some of that? Would that have placated some of that hubris? Because he's not the best, there's two of them. And, like, it could be a scenario where, like, they need each other because they're not strong enough alone, so you can't go and kill the other one and be like, nah, I'm going to kill you and I'll be the strongest. He did, many of them are similar. Oh, okay. But, like, not in that extent, because he had plans for all of them, right? But it sounds like he had individual plans. Again, if he was doing 20, 10 plans. One of you is the War Master, one of you is the Throne Sitter, but two of you do all of that, just in case. Just in case. He did have multiple overlapping roles. Magnus was the only unique one. Okay, so it was just Magnus. It was just Magnus. Heard? Kind of did do that, but some Primarchs had special sauce from the warp. The special sauce. If you remember the earlier Ian vid, Big E didn't expect the Civil War to be this bad. True, 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 true. Butcher's Nails, Lexicanicum Angron, Slave of Nuceria State. The other gladiators also have nails. Okay, everybody has a nail. Everybody gets a nail. Possible explanation, he's been around so long and is on such a timescale crunch that he's becoming more erratic. So this to me reeks to certain men of wealth and privilege that think we deserve a legion of their children. Yeah. I want Big E's special sauce. Okay, what is happening? We just don't know what those two are like. There are some hints, but we don't fully know. Got it. That's exactly what he did. Conrax is like Corax, Gilliman is like Dorn, Perturabo like Ferris, etc. Magnus seems to be unique and was made extra special due to his psychic abilities. Of course, and then what happened to the extra special one? Could have had a buddy. Could have made a buddy. The overlapping still had more specific specializations, and the Emperor gave them the wrong role for their specialization. Oh, coordination, not good.
New fish
I mean, hindsight, yeah, like when...
Unit 515 just swam in Tilda.
Thank you, Tilda. When Ferris died, it was a huge thing because the idea of Primarch could just die was like impossible to imagine. I guess it was the same with the heresy. It's like, why would they ever rebel? True. Why would you do that? Why?
And it's not much. It's probably more useful to think of this as the Emperor making sure some of them were going to be particularly loyal or tenacious or analytical or psychic. The Emperor isn't putting in the gene for liking trenches. It's not quite that detailed. Lorgar...
This might age me, but do you remember that episode of Jimmy Neutron where Jimmy and Cindy? Their brains were like put into a bubble and their friends had to separate out the different traits of them, like which one of them can whistle, which one of them likes mint chocolate chip ice cream, and which one doesn't. Do you remember that episode of Jimmy Neutron? Hey! Remember how we talked about drawing similarities, okay? Never mind, I'm playing the video.
For example, might be a very hopeful Primarch, but it's the specifics of his upbringing on Cultus that pushed that hope towards religious faith. Gilliman and Perturabo are both very analytical and mathematical, but one grew up in a civilized trading empire, and the other in a rocky, mountainous planet of warring city-states, so those traits express themselves differently. It isn't quite as simple as saying every single character trait a Primarch has was deliberately put there by the Emperor. We also know that the Primarchs were changed from whatever the Emperor intended while they were in the warp. Sanguinius has wings, he didn't have them to start with. Perturabo has this weird obsession with the Eye of Terror, he can always see it, and that doesn't seem to have been put there by the Emperor. So by the time they land on their planets during the scattering, they aren't the same people the Emperor planned for. And then finally, we know that whatever their original character traits were, Primarchs can change. Despite their often teenage depiction, all the Primarchs are grown adults when they're found by the Emperor. In fact, they're incredibly intelligent adults with decades of experience as leaders. You'd think, you'd hope, that they're able to identify toxic traits within themselves, maybe even try and work on them. Sanguinius and Corax, again, are great examples of Primarchs who put in the work to change their legions when they don't do things they think are useful. The arguments of Conrad or even Magnus, or to a degree Lorgar, sorry Emperor, you made me like this, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, seems a bit childish. Okay, another big criticism people have is that the Emperor should have told them more about chaos.
Communication!
Why did he hide the chaos gods from them? If they'd known all about chaos, the heresy just wouldn't have happened. So the obvious answer here is that from what we can tell, he did, or at least he told them more than most people knew, and certainly what they needed to know to do their jobs. Horus says as much in Horus Rising. The Primarchs all know that the warp is a danger.
We'll read this. There is power in the warp, fundamental power, not good nor evil, but elemental and anathema to us. Anathema. I don't know that word. We found a word I don't know. Continue. It is a tool we use at our own risk. The War Master finished his glass and set it down. Spirits, demons. These words imply a greater power, a fiendish intellect and a purpose. An evil archetype with cosmic schemes and stratagems. They imply a god, or gods, at work behind the scenes. They imply the very supernatural state that we have taken great pains through the light of science to shake off. They imply sorcery and a palpable evil. He looked across at Loken. Spirits, demons, the supernatural, sorcery, these are words we have allowed to fall out of use, for we dislike the connotations, but they are just words. What you saw today, call it a spirit. Call it a demon. The words serve well enough. Using them does not deny the clinical truth of the universe as man understands it. There can be demons in a secular cosmos, Garviel, just so long as we understand the use of the word. Words! Clap, 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 clap. Words! Anathema counter the opposite, not good. Ah, like antithesis. Got it. Got it. Hello. Got it. Just because he didn't put it in there doesn't mean he shouldn't be able to account for them. But that's not how demigods work in fiction. They are excesses of our best and worst features. True. And probably in putting in his good features, again, he didn't account for that maybe some of the Emperor's good features are only good in combination and because he is the Emperor and is more godly than the Primarchs would be. Opposite and unknowable.
Dangerous place, full of unnatural energies and full of life forms who are inimical to humanity and will try and attack or deceive it. And they're encouraged to treat them the same as they treat Xenos, as things you don't talk to or bargain with. That's all true. That is what they need to know to do their job. Corax says he knows more than that, but we don't know how much more. And we know that Magnus knows a lot more than that, but that's it. So what else should they have been told? If they'd been told more, would that have worked, given that knowledge of the warp is innately corrupting? I mean, Magnus is told more. The Emperor has to take that risk because he needs a psychic Primarch, and he's told that there are greater dangers in the warp, dark entities that want to manipulate humanity, and that he shouldn't trust them, and his response is to immediately think he knows better. That's not exactly a good indicator that if the Emperor had told all the Primarchs about the warp, that would have been fine. And even Magnus knows that telling Lorgar that would be a complete nightmare. He knows that Lorgar's going to immediately see that as proof of the old gods being true. Malkador even says a similar thing to Dawn, that Dawn's tendency to want to control all the parameters of an engagement would go wrong because if Dawn had knowledge of the warp, he'd seek to learn more and try and control it. The Emperor's opinion is that too much knowledge of the warp is inherently corrupting, and what we see with the Primarchs is a proof of that. The two Primarchs who do end up finding more about the warp are corrupted by it. But that argument, he should have told them more about chaos, is part of a broader complaint that the Emperor should have trusted the Primarchs more generally. Would Magnus have broken the Webway project if all the Primarchs had been briefed on it? Why didn't the Emperor just spend loads more time with them, tell them everything he was doing, explain all of his long-term planning, and trust them more? There are some easy answers there. It's pretty explicit that he has no fucking time to do that. He's on a really tight schedule. And of course, they've all been lost in the warp for God knows how long. Some of them have actually been mutated by this. Some of them now have strange powers he never put there. At least one of them was raised on a planet that worships chaos. The Emperor still needs the Primarchs to do his plans, but he doesn't trust them, and he doesn't have time to spend ages with them regaining that trust, if that's even possible. The only ones he deliberately spends extra time with are ones like Magnus and Vulcan, who it's implied he really needs after the Crusade. So the Emperor, at the point of refinding them, doesn't fully trust them. And I think probably he's got a good reason to not fully trust them. But I think the real issue here is a fundamental problem with what the Primarchs think they are and what they think their job is. The problem being, much like the medieval kings from earlier, they think of themselves as the Emperor's sons and heirs.
The Emperor was running off of 2 hours of sleep from 100,000 years ago. They aren't just his kids. He made them into generals, administrators, vital resources. The Emperor's duty of management is greater. Exactly. They are grown adults. They are grown adults who have wounds from their childhood. Psychoanalysis. But they were made to be in these roles. They were given the tools, or however, the gene seed or whatnot, to achieve those goals. Maybe he should have had someone audit the process, an impartial nanny. You missed it. I was saying that he needed at least 5 nannies minimum for 20 children. At least 5. Remember that video of the Emperor's plan? Yeah, tight schedule. Tight schedule, a lot to do, 20 kids. Didn't think that through. 20 under 2, okay? Didn't think that through. 5 nannies that aren't Malkador or related to him. Exactly. 5 nannies. 5 nannies. A whole school. Then maybe don't have 20 kids if you're working 2 full-time jobs. And that's a conversation some of them aren't ready to hear, okay? That's a conversation they're not ready to hear. I've never watched this video, but Ian is articulating some thoughts I've had for years. Like obvious stuff like just tell them about everything. It's not as simple as it sounds. It comes with like 10 other things that can go wrong in exchange for one thing that can go right. Exactly. Hindsight. 5 Malkadors. Got it. And where is he going to find 5 Malkadors? Magador is one of one, okay? One of one. For all of his fault, the Emperor places the Imperium above himself. He cannot properly understand why the Primarchs don't have the same perspective. And I don't know how you can go about communicating that. Again, they do not have the sense of the future he does, except for the one that can see negative futures. They don't have his lived experience. They don't have the tools that they need to be where he is. So, in a way, too, expecting them to have that when he is a greater being in concept, in conceptualizing, in not just concept, but in creation. Also a flaw. That's why family businesses suck. He seemed to spend the most time with Alfarius since he grew up on Terra, but this is a lie. And who was his Manny, okay? 5 Malcadors in a trench coat. No. He cannot relate to anybody and does not have experiential understanding of humans, only academic. And also doesn't understand why they're not seeing it his way, when he has a unique way of seeing the world and living in it. Sanguinius and Conrad only have future sight. Yes, 2 of them. That's it.
And I think it's questionable if they are either of those things. As we said, 40k is a setting which is pretty different from our world. Not
Malcador was Alfarius' nanny? Okay, so wow. One nanny. One Manny. And it was his dad's best friend. We have to have degrees of separation here. Can you listen? Can you imagine if your dad's best friend raised you? How do you think that's gonna go? How do you think that's gonna go?
Not only is it full of grand fantasy gestures, it's also a setting where human rights don't really exist. No one lives in a democracy. In fact, that idea seems to have gone out the window 30,000 years before. And in this world, human beings are frequently made into actual tools. Within the world of 40k, turning people into servitors or using human tissue in robots or vat-growing things to be cyber cherubs is considered pretty normal, as is
Not
like
normal.
turning children into Space Marines or into Custodes or into Thunder Warriors. At the point where the Emperor rises on Terra, this has been the normal way of things for thousands of years, and everyone in the setting is absolutely fine with it, even your favourite Primarch. And the Emperor does that. Before the Primarchs and before the Space Marines, he created both the Custodes and the Thunder Warriors, 2 groups who would have a good claim to also thinking of the Emperor as a father. Plenty of people in this world are called and referred to as fathers and seen as fathers without being genetically related. Most of the Primarchs have human parents that they consider their parents, just like in real life. We don't know how the Custodes are built. We don't know if they actually have any Emperor DNA in them, but they are totally from scratch, individually rebuilt by him and his systems. We could absolutely see a world where the Custodes also call the Emperor father, but they don't. Crucially, both the Custodes and the Thunder Warriors are created and raised on Earth, intrinsically part of the Imperial project, and they're under no illusions about what they are. Tools created for a purpose, a grim, thankless purpose, but what is needed. The Custodes don't call the Emperor father, they call him king, and the Thunder Warriors, as far as we know, didn't either. I think it's fair to assume that the Primarchs would have probably been the same had they been raised in the Imperial Palace, fully aware that they are creations designed for a specific job, which, with a couple of exceptions, is to be generals during the conquest of the real space galaxy.
The Emperor's big mistake, in my opinion, is giving the Primarchs free will and emotions in the first place. He should have made them intrinsically loyal. And then they wouldn't have been his sons. They would just be his tools. And that's different, right? In saying that these are his sons, it adds more layers to that. Like, he could have just made robots. Basically, he could have genetically engineered some robots and be done with it and been like, these are not my sons, these are my generals. Just like the Custodes. Yep. But in making them his sons, that opens up a whole other realm of relation to them. And I love the way you say custodies. I forget! Okay! Meet robots, that's not even possible, and even the robots rebelled. Well, he can do it. He can try. He can put something in. I don't know. Tweak them, not twink them. Tweak them a little harder. It's the age-old problem of dads really being into the thing like sports and being confused why their kids aren't the same. Like a dad who almost went pro in football and doesn't understand why his son doesn't want to try either. Okay, so with the Emperor, it's not that he wants to be pro in football. It's what he wants football to provide for his family and their future. He wants his son to go pro in football so that he can get acclaim and he can be financially stable, and so can his children and the family line, right? But some of his kids are like, Dad, I want to play rugby. Dad, I want to play golf. I want to play soccer. Right? And he's like, well, I reach success through football. Makes more sense if you need football. I would recommend football, but hey, I'll let you do soccer if that's how you're going to get your fame. Great. And some of them are like, Dad, I want to do contemporary dance and figure skating. And he's like, abso-freaking-lutely not. You want to get an English degree? What are you going to do with an English degree? My parents to me. What are you going to do with that? No. Study something important like computer science. That analogy didn't line up back at the end, but I was going somewhere and then I lost it. Anyways, the Primarchs did have a nanny and she might have thrown them in the warp. Ooh. No son of mine is going to play golf. Big E did state that they are not his sons, but tools. And then he should have called them tools. We were talking about words. Didn't we just read a quote about words? Demons, spirits, they are just words. Son. Son is a word. It has a meaning. Son is a word. Pretty sure AI were susceptible to the warp, and when Slaanesh was born, it really fricked up those AIs. Low-key Big E had a soft spot for the Primarchs. He begins calling them the Primarchs his sons way back when they were babies in their pods. Malkador even remarks about this to a custodian and says how crazy it is. I think the Primarchs were bringing back some of the emotions he was losing. Yeah, and again, going back to the complicated relationship that the Emperor had with his dad, it would make sense, whatever humanity he had, to want to experience being a father in some way. And maybe, again, conflating the idea of fatherhood with also wanting this perfect plan for humanity and for humanity to succeed in the future, those can overlap. And like, there could be a part of him who is like, everything I am doing is for your future, which is also a very dad thing, okay? Not just for them, but also for humanity. This is all for your future. This is all for the good of you. We're gonna suffer, you're gonna hate me a little bit, but it's for your own good. Which is again why you don't have kids when you already have 2 full-time jobs. The Primarch have souls. They have a human spirit. Complete control is impossible. We even see this with servitors where they have flashes back to their initial lives. My headcanon is a void dragon, but no real evidence. Yeah, the Biggie started to like some of his sons. Malkador thought the Primarchs should have been made sisters, thinking they would fight less. Oh, he doesn't know how sisters fight.
And it seems they are equipped for that job. They're given armies, and they're told...
Why couldn't they not have been made... Again, going back to the robots. Not robots. Why couldn't they be made... sexless? Why couldn't they be made orcs, but not orcs? Because humans, because we don't like Xenos. If they are going to be the Emperor's sons, who are already a league of their own, why not go further and make them so a league of their own that they're just a new thing? A new thing. You know? Completely new. Especially if you don't plan to have them forever, right? You're gonna keep one or two? Keep one or two? The rest of them, you don't need them after the big old fight? The Primarchs are sterile. There we go. Maybe the Primarchs don't have a mushroom.
what they need to conquer real space to do their job. And that's fine. I mean, states nowadays have generals whose job it is to lead armies. That doesn't mean that they make political decisions about how the state runs, or that they should know every bit of top secret info, or that they have the plans of how the Department of Education is going to work. With the exception of Magnus, maybe of Vulcan, they have one job, and it's to be generals in the Great Crusade. After the crusade is over, well, we don't know what they do, but the Emperor is very clear that it is humans who should run the Imperium. Now, there's a risk involved in all of this, creating of superhuman armies. He's creating these ridiculously powerful super generals, and they might not listen to him. The Thunder Warriors were also created for a job, and the Emperor had no qualms getting rid of them when they were deemed too dangerous. In The End and the Death, he states outright that the reason he presents as this powerful, slightly distant, awe-inspiring figure is to try and keep the Primarchs in line. The Primarchs need to be in awe.
We got a quote. During the period of galactic reclamation, he was obliged to stride among the stars in the guise of a warrior king, armored in gold, for that was the version of him that his young sons best understood. He had to seem like them, yet more glorious, so he could command their loyalty, their respect, and their devotion. It was war, so he became warlike. They would not have followed him otherwise or obeyed his instruction. They would have doubted. He needed to be able to command them to the very ends of the stars, to secure their obedience across unimaginable distances, and sustain unswerving devotion even after he had left them. So he played that card, the Emperor. It was the version of himself that he found quite odious, but they rejoiced in it. They saw what they wanted to see. His sons committed utterly to the material war, and were so fortified and resolute that he felt he could leave the completion of the work to them. Meow. If you listen to Amber King's Jagtai Khan video, Jagtai and Uncle Mao have a conversation about this, and he straight up asked Mao why he didn't make them just robots. Oh, I am going to get into the Amber King's videos. We're going to dedicate whole videos to the Amber King.
The Primarchs in line. The Primarchs need to be in awe of him. Again, bit like an ancient king, rather than seeing the Emperor as a friend. I would guess that when the Primarchs were first conceived of as a plan, that was the intention. The scattering was the problem. The scattering of the Primarchs
Scattering
was
really
by
messed it
Urda,
up.
whose genetic material was also used in their creation. And she was trying to stop the Emperor's plans, but not out of care for the Primarchs. She considered their creation a step too far. They were too dangerous a risk, and by scattering them, she hoped they'd be lost forever and the Emperor would give up his plans for galactic conquest. But he didn't. He tried to do it anyway, now with a massive time pressure as he raced around the galaxy trying to find them. But the scattering messed the Primarchs up anyway. It meant that they were mostly raised by human families, often rulers, and they're raised to be sons and heirs to those rulers, again in the manner of ancient kings or leaders of communities. When the Emperor finally does rediscover them, that framework means that they act as if they're princes to the Emperor as king. His sons, advisors and comrades and philosophers with ideas of their own, heirs to his empire. And that's the first big problem. They aren't his heirs. Their job is not to inherit the Imperium from their immortal father or to rule over.
The problem in the word.
And it's the clash between what they expect from this relationship and what the Emperor expects, which causes a lot of the problems. One of the things that lays the early groundwork for Horus's rebellion is that he thinks being the general should give him the right to rule. The Primarchs often think that they're heirs to the Imperium, heirs to the Emperor, but they're created as tools to do a job, no different from all of the Emperor's other creations. And before we go, well, he's a bad dad because he shouldn't make human beings tools, remember that everyone in this world, even the Primarchs, think that turning humans into tools is fine. They repeatedly make brainwashed Astartes out of 10-year-olds, and they're surrounded by servitors, and none of them worry about it. Very few of them want to admit that they are tools too, created only for one thing. And then the other thing that changes is the Emperor. Malcador and Valdor talk about being shocked when the Emperor starts actually referring to the Primarchs after they're scattered, but before they're found again, as his sons.
He has taken to referring them as his sons. Can you imagine that? Neither could I until I heard it from his own lips. There might be some lingering attachment there, though. How long it will last, I cannot say. Valdor hesitated. Then his human sentiments, they are still ebbing. As he predicted, all things have their price. He wanted to be a dad, but he also wanted tools.
They react like that was never the plan, which it wasn't. And they wonder if this is a consequence of the Emperor slowly losing his humanity and attempting to cling on to something really human. So the view...
Right. So before creating them, if he were like, I am going to be creating these 20 sons, maybe someone would have been like, whoa, 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 what do you mean? But because he was like, I'm going to be creating these 20 tools, everyone was like, yep, looks good, looks great, sounds good to me. And then he kind of backpedaled a little bit and was like, my sunny boys, my pride and joy, the apple of my eye, the fruit from my loins. And then they're like, whoa. Who said that? Wasn't us.
Views of the Emperor change from when he originally made them. And then, of course, much more practically, the Emperor, when he finally finds the Primarchs, is in a rush to get them out there conquering for him, and he's not above presenting himself as whatever it takes to get the job done. That's why he does so many mythological conquests. Yeah, totally. I'm your father, now go out and conquer the galaxy. I'm so proud. Whatever works, right? And then, as always with 40k, all that stuff is mixed together into a great big mess. Their original job as nothing more than generals for the Crusade, the Primarch's expectation to be some sort of valued heir and child, the Emperor changing his attitude as he loses his humanity, their own terrible childhoods that do not sync with any of those things, the massive amount of time lost and the urgency of just getting them to do the job anyway, all of that ends up mixed up together, creating problems. The issue isn't just that the Emperor's a bad dad, that's way too simple. It's that they weren't meant to be his sons, and his plans have no space to accommodate the various messes the scattering and his own loss of humanity makes of that. If you look at the actual stories, his actions towards the vast majority of them seem pretty reasonable, you know, within the context of the time. We could go further speculating with this. Hell, do the Astartes only call the Primarch's father because of a hand-me-down effect of the Primarchs calling the Emperor that? Two of the Primarchs, the Lion and Angron, are raised in a community of equals, and they call their Legion warriors little brothers, not sons. Maybe the whole reason we think of the Primarchs as fathers of their legions is because of the scattering. But of course, outside the lore, part of the issue here is the changing way Warhammer has been written. Many of the stories about the Emperor and the Primarchs were written as fables, when the whole heresy era was presented as ancient myth and legend, which kind of lends itself to these big, grand biblical gestures. The Emperor punished his wayward son with a giant penalty for all time. These stories weren't meant to be detailed character studies, they were meant to feel massive and mythical. And those stories haven't gone away, they're all still canon. And the Emperor, still presented in lore as a mythological, enigmatic figure, still acts like that. But then the Primarchs became sympathetic point of view characters in the Horus Heresy novels, and there's a real tension between those two ways of telling a story. What makes sense as a grand ancient myth is harder to just take as read in a modern sci-fi novel, where the characters are portrayed as real human people, and the fan base are encouraged to sympathize with them and pick their favorite. No one was really expecting that when they talked about the Emperor and Russ getting drunk together. So we end up with the Emperor, who we never see as a point of view character, still acting in these grand mythological ways, and the Primarchs, who we consistently see as POV characters, trying to deal with the consequences like a normal human in a novel. And in those novels, they obviously then come across as the sympathetic party, even when the wider lore explains pretty clearly why they get treated the way they do. Is the Emperor a bad dad? I mean, if so, the Primarchs are no better. The thing that really, truly causes all these problems is the fact that they were scattered in the first place. That's what leads to them not being trusted, rushed into command, and being kept in line by grand proclamations from afar. It's just like that wise sage Erebus said in Warhawk. It's not bad dadding, it was the scattering that really helped chaos. The scattering that paved the way for everything that followed. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Okay. Was the Emperor a bad dad? Yes, because he shouldn't have been a dad. But no, because he wanted to be a dad and tried to dad, but there were so many things that came in the way of him dadding. Fascinating. Fascinating. The words the Emperor spoke to Horus made him think he had the right to rule. Right. What did he say? Mark my words or something? The Primarchs' purpose, along with the Astartes under them, was to be galactic conquerors, considering that current-day Space Marines are about 10k years past their sell-by date. They're expiring! They're expiring! Get your Space Marines off the shelves! Yeah. Fascinating. And I can see, like, the sentiment at the end of... especially the expanse of the lore, right? If maybe Sons was just... maybe Sons was just misinterpreted and now worked into the lore at first. But also in that choice, seeing how it unravels is super interesting. When the Emperor had to choose between being a father and being an emperor, he chose being an emperor every time. Not every time. That one time where he chose to turn them into his sons, he chose to be a father. And then he was like, but wait, I'm the emperor! And you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. I do love Ian's videos for actual deep dives and extrapolations without descending into memes or wild headcanons. Make no mistake, you will lead my empire. Make no mistake. He couldn't help making him his son. Big E still has humanity in him. Right, so he would choose emperor over father 99 out of 100 times. And that one time had turned into this. He didn't realize there would be a conflict. And you know what? That's human of him. That's human of him. Okay, I think we should go into every Primarch. And maybe we won't have time for how every Primarch was discovered. But I think learning more about them from a more overarching way. This is the more lore video. And then going into how every Primarch was discovered. Back to Ian. The last one is the best. Trust me, it's the best video. What's the last one? This one? This one? Oh, how they were found is the best? I mean, we might have time. I'm only human after all. Low key. You want to do this one instead? He looks angry. Don't look angry. Oh, now he looks surprised. I mean, there's still a lot to go into. I didn't expect the 40-minute video to take 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is new, okay? My first 40-minute video, more Ian. Okay, let's just dedicate today to Ian. You know what? We'll dedicate today to Ian. And then we'll go into this one next time. We'll go into more lore next time. Yeah? We are discussing motivations and psychology of decisions, which is kind of your professional wicket, yeah? Yeah. Let's freaking go! Okay. How they were found is best made, but the Primarch explained one is better for actually learning the Primarchs. Okay, so... see, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I plan to do... initially, I was planning to do this one to get an overview and then dive deeper into this one. And then, right now, I made the decision maybe I should learn them individually first and then go into how they were discovered. But maybe I'll go back to my first idea. Learn how they were found, then who they are. Heard. Okay. Learn how they were found, and then if I still don't know enough about them, we'll go into them. God damn it.
Hi, gang.
Hi. Okay.
The Great Crusade was the founding era of the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k, when the expeditionary fleets left Terra in order to unite humanity and also conquer the known galaxy. But that wasn't their only goal. A disaster on Terra had led to the scattering of the Primarchs, the generals of this Great Crusade, and the Crusade quickly became a search to recover them and place them back in command of their Space Marine legions. And the way in which each of them was found, and the order in which it happened, would have long-lasting effects on the Imperium they built.
Long-lasting effects. I need an intro
Hey,
like
look,
this.
there's merch. You can get some if you want.
Merch!
There's a link to the store in the thing below.
Whoa! Support
The
Ian.
Primarchs, almost the main characters of 40k at this point, were originally created as a solution to one of the Emperor's great plans, the Great Crusade. At the end of the Age of Strife, the Emperor had risen on Terra and conquered and unified the planet at the head of genetically engineered soldiers, his bodyguards in the Legio Custodes and the brutal Legio Cataigis, the Thunder Warriors. But that pattern wouldn't be suitable for his next plan, the conquest of the galaxy. The Great Crusade would be a much bigger endeavor, requiring multiple fleets journeying into the dark in multiple directions at once, many operating on their own for decades, while the means of communication with those fleets were put in place. The Legio Custodes were his finest creations, the product of individual gene craft, but they took far too long to make, unable to be mass-produced.
Yeah.
The Thunder Warriors, on the other hand, were far too unstable. Under the direct control of the Emperor on Terra, they could be wielded easily, but they had a habit of burning out or going mad on the battlefield, and their mass-produced enhancements eventually consumed their bodies after a few decades. And the Emperor himself couldn't be everywhere at once to deal with that. The Primarch project, and later the creation of the Legiones Astartes, was the solution to this. Using arcane warp power and unrivaled gene tech, and using a mix of his genetic material and some from the perpetual Erda, the Emperor and his scientists forged 20 beings, superhuman generals whose powers were near to his. These generals, in turn, each became the genetic base for a new army of enhanced soldiers, the Astartes, the Space Marines, designed to conquer space, raised in the Imperial
No, I really like his voice too.
Palace, designed to conquer space. Raised in the Imperial Palace alongside the Emperor and his Custodes, these Primarchs would be the perfect generals for the Imperial project. Spread across the galaxy, commanding their legions, they could provide the superhuman strength their crusades needed, while their presence would help stabilize the genetic enhancements granted to their soldiers, who could then recruit as they went, a self-perpetuating system vastly more reliable than the Thunder Warriors, and that wouldn't require the Emperor to lead the project entirely on his own. The Emperor knew he would have a limited amount of time before other, maybe Xenos empires caught up with humanity, and he also had other projects to complete in the same time period. And all of that seemed like a good enough plan
2 jobs
until the Primarchs were scattered. It's unknown exactly the details of how that happened, but the most convincing explanation is that the perpetual Erda, who had helped create the infant Primarchs, had grown disillusioned with the Emperor's plans, particularly their horrific scale and the amount of bloodshed and conquest they would entail, and attempted to thwart them by disengaging the Geller fields that surrounded the Primarch's capsules and opening them up to the powers of the warp. A warp rift opened in the Imperial laboratory, and the 20 capsules containing the 20 gestating Primarchs were swallowed up and scattered throughout the galaxy, each coming to rest on a different planet. This massively affected the Emperor's plans, though enough genetic material had been saved that the creation of the Astartes legions was still possible. The size of those legions would be limited, which limited the scope of the early crusade itself, and the Emperor would be forced to lead it in person. As well as the unification of the human galaxy, the Great Crusade had suddenly acquired another goal: the search for the Primarchs. The faster they could be found, the faster they could be reintegrated into the Imperium and placed back in command of their legions, and the conquest of the galaxy put back on track. And of course, this massively affected the growing Primarchs too. Instead of being raised as the perfect Imperial generals steeped in the mission of the Emperor, they were instead raised by whatever humans inhabited the planets they came to rest on. Some, true to their nature I guess, were adopted by local rulers or became leaders, warlords,
That's
and
literally
statesmen,
Captain America.
often rising to unite and rule their own worlds. But many were severely damaged by the situations they found themselves in, and the expectations placed upon them by the Imperium would sow the seeds for the Horus heresy that followed. It would take almost the entire first century of the Crusade to rediscover the majority of the Primarchs and place them back in command of their legions, the Emperor travelling back and forth across the galaxy whenever word came to him of a lead. Scouting patrols ranging ahead of the legion's advance reported any signs of superhuman leaders or mythical warriors in the hope that another might be found, and some continued to be all but lost until almost the very end of the Crusade. Eventually, all 20 were found, and all 20 were at some point placed in command of their legions and took part in the Crusade, but their experiences on their new homeworlds and the ways in which they were reunited would colour their view of the Imperium and of their apparent new father in various, occasionally really unhelpful ways. The Great Crusade officially began in 798 M30. At this point, the solar system had largely been reunited, the alliance with the Mechanicum of Mars had been in place for decades, and the ancient fleets of humanity assembled for their journey into the darkness, with the most pressing goal being the rediscovery of the first of the Emperor's lost sons. The first Primarch to be discovered officially was the 16th in number. Horus, the 16th Primarch, was recovered 3 years after the first expeditionary fleets left Terra in 801 M30. This story is already a bit contentious.
That's the year 3000. Nope. That's the year 30,808. Frick. That's the year 38,001. I got it.
This
First
story
try.
is already a bit contentious. The exact meeting of Horus and the Emperor and the story of Horus's early life is either unrecorded or has a lot of internal conflicts, but the most popular version, the one told by Horus, has him being discovered initially not by the Emperor, but by the tech priests of the Mechanicum. Officially, Horus was discovered on the world of Chthoniya, relatively close to Terra on the southern edge of the Segmentum Solar. It had been one of humanity's earliest colonies in the days before Old Night, but millennia of mining and the stripping of every form of available resource has left it a poor and starving world, and it had been abandoned long before. Many stories tell of the Primarch being discovered in the darkness of the caverns and growing up amidst the brutal and unrelenting culture of gang warfare that dominated the planet. The adopted son of a gang overlord called Kageddon. He was known for most of his childhood as Nurgle. It wasn't until the Imperium arrived that he discovered the truth about his origins when a Mechanicum expedition located and excavated his pod and later found his tribe. It was only once he laid eyes on that pod that he realized exactly what he was. His memories unlocked and he renamed himself Horus. Soon after, he was brought back to Terra, and amongst great fanfare, he knelt before the Emperor and swore fealty, the first Primarch to be recovered. At least that's the story Horus tells. The early life of Horus is barely documented. He certainly considered himself a Chthonian, and his legion, the Lunar Wolves, who would mostly be recruited from Chthoniya, thought the same, and he spoke the language with the harsh accent of the Western gangers, but observers had noted that he spoke it like he'd learned to speak that way, rather than exactly like a native.
Whoa!
There are those that question...
Who's calling Horus a chud? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. He's beautiful. I haven't watched any Pancreas No Work videos, but I was recommended them. I'm still trying to figure out how it makes sense for me to go through the lore. So that I can understand it. And I'm still going back and forth to a lot of things. So I thank you again, like, to the people who are like laying it out. Like this one. Really helpful. Iron Duke, I know you did that. Hell's Angel, I know you did that. Thank you. He faked his accents to be more liked. What the frick?
If he had ever been raised on Chthoniya at all, or if he'd been sent there for a while after some prior discovery. The truth won't be known. What is known is that for the longest time, Horus was the right hand of the Emperor, growing from a child to an adult at his side, and then campaigning alongside him across the galaxy. Horus fought...
Do we know why he chose to name himself Horus? Like a chorus of Horus. He looks like a muscle meathead. And that's beautiful.
to an adult at his side, and then campaigning alongside him across the galaxy. Horus forged a bond with the Emperor probably closer than any other Primarch had, and it'd be almost 20 years before another was located. This time on the frozen death world of Fenris. The 6th Primarch, Leman Russ, was discovered in 819 M30 as the Great Crusade neared Fenris.
819 M30. Is that not 30,819, or am I wrong? Please. Please. The 40k universe is all interconnected anyways. No matter what catches your attention for deep dives, you'll find connections to other rabbit holes ad infinitum. True, true, true. Pancreas vids are entertaining, but it's more lighthearted than Ian's informative ones, leaning more towards means and accuracy, though he's still technically right, which is the best kind. I think... So if that's the case, thank you for giving me that overview. If that's the case, I would want to learn more to get a better, like, foundational understanding before getting into the memes, because I don't want to get into the memes and then they go over my head, right? And, like, I had that in mind because I do have a lot of you who are also recommending some, like, the text-to-speech one and other meme videos. And I'm like, I want to get it, you know? I want to get it. I don't want to sit there and be like, huh? What does that mean? Chat, what does that mean? So, yeah. That's the way I'm approaching it. So, and I'm trying to do a mix of those who like condense the information. Like Ian does a really good job to keeping like the videos under an hour, and then getting into some like more lore or Amber King videos where they're like an hour, for them. And I'm really still trying to figure out the balance too, because I've been sitting here in front of you for about 3 hours. And I'm still doing great, actually. I'm doing fine. But still, again, this is me taking in a lot of information. So, like, I'm literally sitting down for class right now, guys. You are this is second period, first period Ian, second period Ian, okay? Don't watch it just yet, but at some point. Yes, I'm not going to watch it just yet. Not just yet. Hold off on it. Yes, don't worry. It's like Rocky Horror or any Inside Baseball, Star Trek, or Star Wars parody. Too many jokes can be a lot for people. It's like watching Naruto abridged, and I never watched Naruto. I must watch Naruto first, and then we'll get to the abridged. Does that age me? Who knows?
After a period living in the world with a pack of wolves, the young Primarch had been discovered by the human tribes and adopted as a son by Thengir, king of the Russ. He'd adapted quickly, learning the tribe's ways, and eventually rising to become king upon Thengir's death, and then to unite the world, at least temporarily, in fealty to him, the magical High King of Fenris, whose legends had spread far and wide. Of course, when the Emperor's Outriders heard those legends, he rightly concluded that this must be one of the lost Primarchs. But also
sounds like my son.
A figure so prideful would be unlikely to just bend the knee. So the Emperor travelled to the Hall of Russ in disguise, cloaked in runes of confusion. Many realised the power of this stranger entering the hall, including many of the wolves present, and they shrank back. But Leman Russ refused to pay the stranger any fealty or to accept that this cloaked stranger was some master of mankind. And so the Emperor offered to challenge Russ.
He's literally like, who dat?
The nature of the contest would be, but if the Emperor won, he would have earned the right to drink at Russ's right hand for the remainder of the feast. Russ agreed and set the stranger three great challenges.
Werewolf.
Not wanting to spoil the feast, the first would be an eating challenge. The Emperor ate much, but Russ consumed even more, and the Emperor lost. But by this point, Russ was enjoying the sport, and so he decided the second would be a drinking challenge. By the end of that one, the stranger and Russ had drank the hall dry, but Russ had consumed more, so the Emperor lost again. But while Russ was starting to really enjoy these challenges, the Emperor was disappointed. He called Russ a glutton and a drunkard, full of hollow boasts. And Russ, angered, drew his sword and declared that the final challenge would be combat. Silent.
Okay, well, he's like, you pick the challenge, and then he was like, hey, here's the freaking challenge. The challenge is we drink. And then the Emperors are like, you know, you drink too much. You know, have you ever thought about that? You're kind of an alcoholic. Ever thought about that? Mr. Bones has good, short, 20-minute-ish videos if you want quick info. See, that's the thing. I like quick info, but I also like a lot of info. So, and like, I also like, also, take a shot every time I say also, and you'll be drinking as much as this guy. I also like comparing and contrasting things because, like, with my idea for what would have been today's, it probably won't because we'll maybe save the more lore one for another day, was to watch Ian's shorter one and be like, okay, I'm getting a good grasp, and then go into a longer one and then fill in some of the blanks that I would not have known. You know? The wolves of Fenris killed the Emperor. What? Aren't the space wolves the only chapter that can get drunk from some Spacian mead they make? So you're telling me they make the only dank alcohol in the universe? Crazy. Crazy. It's poisonous mead that kills anyone else. Oh.
Descended over the room. None could beat Russ. in a
Okay,
fight.
sorry. Emperor was like, you drink too much. Russ is like, last freaking one, we're battling. Get your sword out.
Combat. Silence descended over the room. None could beat Russ in a fight. But at this point, the Emperor cast off his cloak, revealing his golden shining form, and knocked Russ out with his power fist. When the Primarch came to, he admitted defeat, laughed, and finally swore fealty to what must therefore be his true father, the Emperor of Mankind. At least that's the legend. Whatever actually went down, Leman Russ was the second Primarch to be discovered, and he returned with the Emperor, who taught him of the Imperium and of technology, and introduced him to his brother Horus. Russ noted later that Horus was initially disgusted by this barbaric new brother, not to mention a little jealous of the newfound Primarch. But Russ adapted quickly again, and within weeks he was being placed in command of his legion. After that initial wait, Russ and
Horus bald. Like, what the hell is this long-haired werewolf-looking Team Jacob-ass guy that Daddy found? Just kidding. Horus, you're beautiful. And maybe if you thought that, you wouldn't have betrayed us all. Maybe. He's bald and he's killing people with hair. Okay. He's fine. He's beautiful. Russ won 2 out of 3, but lost the one that counted, I guess. I mean, also, the Emperor might have been trying to prove a point. Like, if he smoked him on all 3, how easy would it be to say, like, oh, actually you're a sorcerer? Actually, you're tricking us? Actually, I'm not gonna do anything you say. Like, he had to have some give, you know? Some give, some take. Did she just support Horus? I didn't support Horus! I said, if he loved himself a little bit more, then maybe things would have been different. Okay? And that's true about everybody. Love yourself.
Horus.
Wait, Raven Guard also makes Space Marine wine so they can day drink and cry? So, when the Space Marines drink wine, and you know how the water gets recycled to their body, where does the alcohol go? Do they just stay drunk? Or does the alcohol go somewhere? Do they deposit it somewhere? Where does it go? All bald people are chaos confirmed. No. The baldness is not the problem. The chaos is the problem. Where does the alcohol go? That was the question.
Third brother and his legion.
Okay, third brother.
Wait, Russ and Horus would be joined by a third brother and a fourth pretty quickly.
Fourth
2
brother.
years later, in 821 M30, we know that one of the 2 lost Primarchs was rediscovered, but since all records of them have been expired.
821 M30. 89. Okay, that's only 3 years. I don't know why I'm thinking hello.
Since it's difficult to know any more than that.
I'm not a heretic.
However, 3 years after that, in 824 M30, the 10th Primarch, Ferrus Manus, was discovered on Medusa. Medusa was another broken world, a domain of dangerous lost technology from an earlier age, scavenged by roaming tech clans. Ferrus had initially landed alone, disturbing some of this dangerous technology in the form of a great silver worm, which he eventually tracked and fought, gaining his living metal hands in the process. After this, he had risen to become a sort of wandering sage and warlord to the people of Medusa. He led them on quests for technological secrets, divined ways of repairing their ancient tech,
silver?
and aided in their inter-clan fighting. But he never took sides or united them in conquest. He saw their struggle against each other as a way of ensuring strength in the future. We don't know how the Emperor learned of
Ooh,
Ferris,
pretty.
but it was likely that Medusa was a priority target in the early crusade anyway, because of its legacy as a world of ancient technology. What we do know is that when the Emperor arrived, Ferris attempted to test himself against him, and the two are said to have fought with such power that mountains were shattered, and it was only when Ferris accepted that the Emperor was a being equal in strength to himself that he swore fealty. Ferris would then take command of his legion pretty quickly, eager to build the strength of the Imperium, and he was one of the most outwardly warlike of these early Primarchs. Leman Russ was much more independently minded, but along with Horus, Ferris...
Wait, his hands are made of necrodermis? Oh! His hands are made of what the Necrons are made of? What? How did that happen? How do you just get Necron metal and put it on your hands? Okay. Kind of a slay. Anyways, going back to the alcohol and the Space Marines of it all. They have multiple livers, so it gets filtered out before it can affect them. They can empty their fluid recovery system. It probably gets metabolized like alcohol does in humans. Boring. Why can't they just get drunk forever? I forget there's still humans in there. They're probably like super metabolized. They don't have their suits on all the time. What? Why did I think they had their suits on all the time? These guys have 2 livers, though. And that's good. And that's good. The 2nd or the 11th Primarch was found after Russ, and since all record of them were deleted from history, we don't know which one that was. Oh. So Ferris is the 4th found. Oh. Oh. He strangled a giant Necron worm in a pool. Oh, just a worm? Just a worm. Okay. They have it on a lot, but not all the time. They're sterile, so they don't need to take it out during fun times. And I think from playing Space Marine 2, you guys said that it's not impervious to metal. Sorry, it's not impervious to... The metal is not impervious to heat. So I guess, I don't know, if they're running through a burning building, maybe take it off. I don't know.
Menace would be seen as an older brother figure
Worm.
by many of the latter found Primarchs, and he would often find himself in overall control of...
Sorry, giant Necron. Would you love me if I was still a giant Necron worm that's melded into your arms and your eyes and turned you silver? I wouldn't call it just a worm. Actually, that's not just a worm. And don't you ever call it just a worm again. We'll get to that when we deep dive into the Primarch. Got it. Okay, I'm only seeing the hands, but we're going to learn about the worm.
By many of the latter found Primarchs, and he would often find himself in overall control of multi-legion actions by dint of his long experience on the forefront of the Crusade. It'd be 6 more years before they found another, this time on the world of Chemos. This is another relatively simple story. The 3rd Primarch, Fulgrim, had landed on Chemos as an infant, which was a world of failing industry, but he'd quickly risen in the ranks, starting out as a labourer before rising to essentially CEO of his settlement of Kallax, and then of the entire planet. He improved and repaired the technology of the planet, leading to a surplus of productivity for the first time in millennia, and lifting millions from poverty. And with this new prosperity, he'd rekindled the culture of Chemos, reintroducing the arts, seeing that as the defining sign of civilization. When the...
See, another problem is I'm bad with names. We have timestamps? Okay. Horus, I know Horus. He's the heresy one. Leman Russ, he's the wolf one. Ferris Menace. We're on... Ferris Menace is the worm hands. Right? And now we are on Fulgrim. Yes. Ferris Menace is headless. Headless?! What? He had a head? Ferris's iron hands. I'll get there.
The
Okay,
Emperor's
whatever.
fleets rediscovered the world. The Emperor descended openly, landing in a flight of golden stormbirds along with his bodyguard.
Fulgrim.
And they were granted an audience.
Fulgrim had 5
noted
wives.
how fine their armor was. These scarred warriors had pennants and banners that were works of art. Their armor and weapons bore the signs of great craftsmanship. He was overjoyed to discover that these humans from the stars were civilized people who shared his goals. And when the Emperor, resplendent in his golden armor, stepped from amongst them, Fulgrim knelt and offered his sword,
Fulgrim's the
swearing
cute
to
one?
serve the Imperium. Fulgrim's first assignment to the Crusade will actually take a little longer. His legion had been devastated by a gene seed blight, and his desire to build their numbers and live up to the standards set by the others would eventually blossom into the perfectionism he'd become known for. But at this point, that was all in the future. Eventually, he would make his way back to Terra and was present at a gathering of his brothers during which he met and befriended Menace. But this wasn't for a few years, until after the next couple of Primarchs had been discovered. 2 years after...
Wait, what do you mean they're discovering Primarchs, but they're not introducing them to each other? Hello? So we're finding a new Primarch, and we're not like, welcome to the Primarch party! Another son has entered! What? I would want to meet my new brothers. That's crazy. It took me a while to remember Ferris as well. I'm bad with names. I need to make connections. Okay. A lot of them were off crusading and didn't have time to go back to Terra. So what? The Emperor was like, you're my son. And they're like, cool, I'm busy. Leading their respective legions, doing their jobs. You know, it sounds like Fulgrim was doing a good job. Had the Emperor ever thought to take a step back and be like, hey, I like what you're doing here. Maybe we can incorporate that. I guess not, because if the Emperor saw the Primarchs as his tools, there's no way that his tools could better reach his end goal than he would have. So... yeah. And you know what? Whatever. Hi, Zephyr Arcade. Nyaho. More like, you're my son. Here's an army. Go conquer in my name. We found another son. Give him an army and send him off. They're educating them, and they're light years apart. Light years apart. Got it. They're off crusading and in different parts of the galaxy. They can't get introduced every time one is brought in. They did hold parades on Terra every time one was found. Okay, so Terra was like, we got another one, boys. Bring out the wine. But the Primarchs, they were like, guess it's me. Anyways, carrying on.
To the expedition to Chemos in 832, the 18th Primarch, Vulcan, would be discovered on Nocturne. Nocturne was a harsh volcanic world that had suffered from raiders from the dark city of Comorra for many years. The infant Vulcan was taken in by a man named Nabel, the smith in a settlement called Hesiod, and grew quickly, soon discovering and teaching new smithing techniques to the people of the planet. But when the next raid came and the people went to hide from the marauding Drakari, Vulcan refused and rallied the settlement, fighting off the raiders. With this first victory, delegations from the 7 settlements of Nocturne were sent, and a great feast and tournament was held in celebration. But obviously by this point, the Emperor had figured out where another of his sons was, and he turned up. A pale outlander walked into the celebration wearing strange clothing and asking to compete, saying that he could best anyone in the town at any task. The townsfolk, of course, knew that nobody could best Vulcan.
Not our
But
boy.
even so, the two agreed that whoever won in the competition would serve the other. And so a contest started that lasted 8 full days, involving tests of strength, endurance, and craftsmanship. But
he really learned from Russ, because he was like, if I win, I get to sit on your right side during the feast. But now he's like, Vulcan, if I win, you serve me.
But in all, the two were evenly matched.
Wait, what do you mean the Primarchs were low-key mean girls? What do you mean the Primarchs were low-key mean girls? Whose video gets into that? The psychology of the mean girls. the Primarchs as 2025 archetypes. The pick-me. The emo kid. The TikTok dancer. Anyway, sorry. Vulcan. Not even low-key, they're high-key jealous and catty teenagers. Oh, but they couldn't have been daughters.
Endurance and craftsmanship. But in all, the two were evenly matched. The final test was to fashion a weapon at the forge and then use it to kill one of the great salamanders that roamed Nocturne, all in a day and a half.
There was so much internal bitchiness between many of the Primarchs. Has someone made a Primarch, like high school AU? I want to see the bitchiness. So Sakana, when are we going to send you minis asking for our friends? After Arcade, you can send me minis whenever. I would love... Oh! You know what I saw that you have some good paints too. Wink, wink, wink. Wink, wink, wink. Wink, wink. Vulcan, the perpetual too afraid to be reborn. Like, they all freaking hated how close Malkador was to Big E. They were jealous of Manny Malkador? The Manny? Dad's best friend. Oh, wait. Actually, I can see how a son might be jealous of their dad's best friend. I can see that. Because some dads are like, hey, you're cool or whatever, but you're not as cool as my best buddy. My best buddy that I'm so straight for and I love him so much. You could never compare. We have over 800 paints across Citadel, AK Pro, Acro, and Vallejo. Ooh. How are your pastel colors? So funnily enough, I was watching a reaction to Napoleon earlier today, and I can't help but think... You watching Stim? I love Stim. And I can't help to think of the Primarchs, like Napoleon's marshals or any male inner circle become mean girls. Pastel got some going for girly pop. Okay, listen. Okay, this is the second time we're going to talk about orcs again in this Primarch video, but it has to be said. It has to be said. My vision for orcs, we are going to paint them matcha green. They're going to be matcha green orcs, okay? Their armor, pink. Think of it, pink. Stickers, glitters. Orcs are fairies, right? Mushrooms. Mushrooms. Orcs are mushrooms. Cottagecore, fairy, matcha, green orcs. You made your orcs pink? Oh my god, I want to see that. That's so cute. I got mushroom basing bits. I am also a polymer I'm also a polymer clay crafter, so I can make tiny little mushrooms to put on my tiny little orcs. And it's gonna be so freaking cute, okay? And also, what we learned in this stream was that orcs have little mushrooms, maybe not little, maybe large. They have mushrooms in place of little man-orc parts, okay? I got you, Sakana, hit me up later, okay? How would you like me to hit you up? Hello. Humongous big mushrooms. I really need to get around to converting some maid cafe marines. Oh my gosh. The Twitter. Okay. I will activate my Twitter again. I'll figure out how to do that. You got a blue sky? Another VTuber has touched the dance pad. Oh, we talking DDR? We talking I, you're my little butterfly? Email's good. Okay, email's good. I have an email. Yeah. My email is in... Oh, not that one. Don't look there. My email is not in Ian's video. Imagine. This Vulcan... Back to Vulcan! Sorry.
Both of them.
Sorry. Orcs just get me, you know?
Toiled at the forge, the Outlander making a sword and Vulcan a hammer, and then both disappeared off to mount Deathfire to hunt for salamanders. Vulcan made his kill
I'm sorry?
but
What was that sentence?
off to Mount Deathfire to hunt for salamanders. Vulcan made his kill first, but then the mountain erupted and he was almost thrown off, one hand holding on for dear life.
That doesn't
the
look
other
like a
clutching his
salamander.
prize. But when the stranger appeared, carrying an even bigger salamander, he immediately discarded it, throwing it into the lava flow to form a bridge and to rescue Vulcan. When they returned to the village, Vulcan was the only one who still had a salamander, so technically he won, but instead he knelt before the Outlander and swore his fealty.
Sorry, I like the way he says salamander. Salamander. It sounds like a spell. Imagine me flicking a wand. Salamander. Sorry, okay. So he won, but he swore fealty.
He won, but instead he knelt before the Outlander
Salamander.
and swore his fealty. And the Outlander revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and everyone was very happy about that, etc., etc. Vulcan didn't get immediately reunited with his legion. He spent a few years traveling alongside the Emperor, learning directly from him and fighting at his side, a colossal unknown warrior in emerald armor.
Look at him! This is cute! Hello, it's giving Lava Girl plus green, emerald, salamander. It's salamander, not salamander. God, what do you kids know?
And he also returned to Terra at roughly the same time as Fulgrim, studying on Mars and working at the Forge with Ferrus Manus. In fact, according to the dates, it's likely that all of that, Vulcan's travels with the Emperor, overlapped with the discovery of the next Primarch.
Ooh.
Rogel Dawn
New
was found
Primarch.
3 years after Vulcan in 835 M41 on the ice world of Inwit, in command of a small stellar empire.
Interesting.
Raised by the Tribe of Dawn,
Here he
Rogel
is.
united the scavenger
Steve
tribes
Jobs.
and started to reach out.
Nope. Shit, not Steve Jobs. What's his name? Steve Rogers. Right? Captain America? It's not Steve Jobs. That's capitalism America, not Captain America. I'm gonna play the video.
By the Tribe of Dawn, Rogel had united the scavenger tribes and started to reach out to nearby systems using a fleet of ancient starships discovered floating as wrecks in the system and then rebuilt into tools of war. When the Imperial fleet was detected, Rogel Dawn and his fleet, led by the pre-Imperial star fortress Phalanx, journeyed to the edge of the system to meet with the Imperials, and Rogel Dawn is said to have immediately sworn loyalty, recognizing that the Emperor was engaged in a similar mission of unity.
Okay.
The Imperium didn't just gain a new world that day, but a small empire, already geared for expansion and war.
Look at that.
Phalanx became the capital ship of the 7th Legion, as well as being
Phalanx. I like that. Put some respect on Steve Rogers' name. If I could remember his name, there would be respect all over it. Okay? I'm not good at names. We're on Rogel Dorn. Dorn and Gilliman become more interesting if you've ever had to be the responsible sibling. Ah, interesting. Are they like giving little brother energy?
war, and the Phalanx became the capital ship of the 7th Legion. As well as being the 7th Primarch, Rogel Dawn was the 7th Primarch to be found, and it's at some point near this that the existing Primarchs all went and spent some time together on Terra, where Vulcan was presented to his brothers and Fulgrim and Ferrus became friends. Anyway, that can't have lasted that long.
Ferrus is like
because 2
everybody's
years
friend.
later, in 837 M30, Robute Gilliman would be the 8th
Gilliman!
Primarch, discovered in faraway Ultramar.
Rabute Gilliman.
Wait.
The auto caption here, Rabute Gilliman. Hello, it's given rabbit. It's given Easter. Are we getting a Gilliman Easter? Hello, artists. Hello, artists. Are you listening? Artists in chat. Can I have an Easter Bunny Gilliman? Thank you. Phalanx as in the ancient spear formation. Phalanx like the Greek soldier. Oh, got it.
Confusing because the Emperor seems to have been in a lot of places at once here.
Yeah.
5 years earlier, in
He do be doing that.
832, the same year he pretended to be the Outlander on Nocturne, the Emperor's principal fleet reached the far edge of the Ultima Segmentum and had come in contact with Espandor, one of a network of worlds that had stayed in contact with each other under the leadership of the planet Macragge. And it's here that he caught word of a new discovery on that world.
We're reading. Macragge, jewel of the Empire of Ultramar. Macragge is the home world of the Ultramarines chapter. It was the surface of this planet that the nascent Primarch Robute Gilliman fell so many millennia ago. It was the world that he transformed into a hub of civilization, innovation, and martial might, even before the Emperor came to bring him back into the Imperial fold. So it has remained. For 10,000 years, Macragge has stood resolute as one of humanity's greatest bastions. A temperate world with approximately Terran standard gravity and slightly longer than Terran standard days, Macragge has not succumbed, as has the throne world, to the rampant spread of ancient and Baroque cityscapes. Instead, carefully regulated by a system of Gilliman's devising, Macragge's surface remains divided between fertile agriland, magnificent colonnaded, I don't know that word either, colonnaded population centers, seats of learning and martial advancement, industrious manufactorums, and munitions complexes, and redoubtable defensive fortifications. The Ultramarines themselves maintain their fortress monastery, the Fortress of Hera, at the heart of the planet's capital city, supported by subsidiary fortifications at the planet's poles and dotted around its equator. Beautiful, beautiful. Rodriguez, New Guinea.
Macragge, and it's here that he caught
Macragge.
word of a new discovery on that world. The 13th
Pillars, like
Primarch,
columns.
Robute Gilliman, had been raised as the son of one of Macragge's two rulers, Connor, and had carved a name for himself as a statesman and war leader. In fact, at this time...
Sorry, Robute Gilliman's father's name was Connor? Who the hell's name is Connor? And he was like, you, my son, shall be here henceforth known as Robute Gilliman. Thank you, father. Connor. Okay.
He was engaged on a campaign in a part of Macragge called Illyrium, a hotbed of rebellion.
Rowboat
The Imperial
Gilliman.
fleet, of course, made all speed to Macragge. but
Connor.
as they
Okay,
did
spelled with a K. Spelled with a K, one N and an O. It's still Connor. Connor Gilliman. My son. Robute. It's Connor. Listen, after killing the Terminators, John Connor decided to do something for him. Like, give his son a silly name. Silly. Robute. Sea Dog Gilliman. Yep. Sea Dog VA Gilliman. That's him. That's daddy.
So a warp squall emerged that stopped them from progressing on their path. And this warp disturbance carried on for 5 years, isolating Macragge and its local systems. And according to this timeline, the Emperor used that time to go and discover Rogel Dawn on the other side of the galaxy before returning to the very far edge of the Ultima Segmentum. Anyway,
Because he's
it's
like that.
837 M30.
Hello? Because he's the Emperor. Duh. And he's just in two places at once. Duh.
The squall died down and progress was finally possible, and the Imperium forged onward, but Macragge had changed a lot in that time. When he returned from that campaign, Gilliman had found that Galan, the other consul of Macragge, had...
No, Sea Dog is not our daddy. Connor is not our daddy. Connor is Gilliman's daddy. Not that Connor, not Sea Dog. Connor Gilliman is Robute's daddy. He's not our... No, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. And Gilliman's mom, Tarasha, was Connor's sensual, basically his secretary advisor. Warp travel doesn't care about distance. Space isn't a thing in the warp. You just need to find the right current. Oh. Seneschal, not sensual. Heard.
usurped and killed his father in a coup. Enraged, Gilliman turned on Galan, crushed his council of aristocrats, and took control of the government with the popular support of the citizenry, and in 5 years, he'd reformed the planet, removing the old aristocracy and turning it into a peaceful model of civilization. By the time the Emperor's fleet arrived, it was a productive and powerful world, the centre of a busy trading network across all the local systems. Again, seeing a son cast in his image, he met the new consul of Macragge.
Connor's also a planet. Do you see that? Connor's a planet. He's a planet and a father. Put some respect on Connor's name, Connor. What the heck?
Again, seeing a son cast in his image, he met the new consul of Macragge openly, without any subterfuge, and upon seeing the Emperor, Gilliman realised who he was and where he came from. The libraries of Macragge held histories of humanity's origin on Terra, and here it was, proven true. Gilliman, like Dawn just before, swore fealty, bringing the region of Ultramar
Is there a
into
manga?
the Imperium proper.
Is there a Space Marines manga? Oh, Connor was named after Connor. Makes sense. Do you want to make one? Now that, okay, no. Listen, Primarch manga set in a high school and they're mean girls. Yeah, that deserved to follow. Yeah.
Untitled Light just
Pretty
swim
old
until
ones.
dawn.
They're comics. Holy frick, I'm such a weeb. Comics, duh. Of course there's goddamn comics. Why did I say manga? Oh, I'm embarrassed. And with BL because subtext is for cowards. BL, wait, their brother, wait. Okay, this is the question. Now this is a real question that I wonder if anyone has answered. Can there be BL with the Primarchs because they're brothers, but they're not really brothers? Are they brother enough? Are they twins? They're not twins. They're just brothers, born at the same time. Not twins. Fraternal. No. Maybe. Is it incest? Are they twins? Is it incest? Is there a word for 20 twins? I don't think so. Are they, what is 20? Oh. What is 20? What is it, Roman for 20? It's an X, you idiot. X-tuplets! They're blood related. Okay, it is incest. No BL. This Gilliam guy seems interesting. This topic, however, is not. Okay. No BL. Comics, not manga. Let us learn about.
Next up, the focus of the
Rabute.
Emperor seems to have moved back to the center of the galaxy, but this time it was to a Primarch he possibly already knew about.
I'm sorry, did my moderator just say there can still be BL even if it's incest? Did my God-fearing moderator just say this? In my Say-So channel. So let the Primarch smash what is happening. This is a Say-So channel. Hey, I'm learning about Magnus. What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
40 M30, the Crusade landed on the planet of Prospero.
The lion is the first, so he's the oldest. Okay, who's little brother? If lion is the oldest, who's little bro? I need to go read some fanfic. BRB. Pausing the stream to read some fanfic. The lion was named after a gay poet, the gay writes itself. And the gay writes itself, and it always will.
Magnus the Red, the 15th Primarch, had landed there as an infant on a planet of psychers.
Say so in 40K, yep.
By an invasion of the psychic parasite,
What the
Psychnoid.
fuck is that?
However, Magnus's power far surpassed.
I didn't like that. I don't like that bug. Chad, I'm allergic to bees. And that bug had a stinger. And I don't... Do Tyranids have stingers? If Tyranids have stingers, I am going to approach Space Marine 2 on Saturday with more of a vengeance. I don't do stingers. The youngest are the twins, okay? Baby bros. Got it. Everything in this chat right now is message held in review for sexual content at Lower Hide. Kalio Otsukana, you're doing the Lord's work. Bug lays its eggs in your brain if you think, I don't like that, 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 I don't like that.
The population of Prospero, and he not only defeated the Psychnoian, but also founded new
There's only
schools
one
of
nid with a
learning
stinger.
in
Okay,
the planet's
good.
capital city, Tizka, new philosophies and enlightened techniques to refine the psychic arts and to protect its people from the ravages of similar warp entities. In fact,
What do you mean the twins are also the oldest if they were the youngest? The parasite of Mortrex was the only nid with a stinger. Okay, good. Easy, don't think. Done. You know what? We're not asking questions anymore.
psychic arts and to protect its people from the ravages of similar warp entities. In fact, he was so bright a mind that he claimed to know exactly what he was from birth.
Good old
and
Magnus,
to have conversed
the Red.
with the Emperor in the warp long before he was physically reunited. Presumably because of this, the Emperor again used no subterfuge, and his landers made planetfall outside Tizca openly, the two embracing as if they'd known each other for many years already. From
They
this
hugged.
point, Magnus is known to have
They hugged.
frequently travelled at the Emperor's side for decades, with the Emperor imparting knowledge of the warp, warning Magnus of its dangers, or the two studying its depths. Magnus would, in turn, foster friendships with many of the Primarchs found during that period, though his own legion were not quite as lucky, and in years to come, he'd dedicate himself to curing their particular psychic blight, the flesh change, which had reduced the Legion to only 1,000 Marines. Magnus would be another of those Primarchs who became a bit of an older brother figure, mentoring the newer found ones. Anyway, from there,
Older
it seems
bro.
the Emperor stayed relatively central
Big
in the galaxy,
bro.
as 3 years later, following psychic impressions, he arrived on the second moon of Baal, where he discovered
You just know that Magnus the Red, if he was in the if he was in that anime where they were all in high school, would have glasses, and he would read his manga on the windowsill with one leg up and one leg straight. You know what I'm talking about? And you just know it, and you just freaking know it. And I know that in my blood. He'd have a monocle. They don't do that in manga. He's a Cyclops?
psychic impressions, he arrived on the
He's a
second moon.
He's a Psyker, not a Cyclops. Just kidding. He has 3 eyes. That's not a Cyclops. That's a Triclops. No, I'm sure there's a word. He is Kyoya. Why was I thinking Oran High School Host Club this whole time? He has one. Who has 3 eyes? I thought one of them had 3 eyes. Girl, what? Hello? He is both a Cyclops and a Psyker. Nobody has 3 eyes? Oh, never mind. What the hell am I watching? Bro, nobody has 3 eyes? Sheesh.
3 years later, following psychic impressions, he arrived on the second moon of Baal, where he discovered Sanguinius. The 9th Primarch had been discovered by the withered human tribes of the radiation-soaked moon of Baal Secundus.
Where would you even put the 3rd eye? On the top like a pyramid. What do you mean? I'm thinking of the navigators. Oh, they have 3 eyes. Oh. He has 2 and he sacrificed one of his eyes to Zinj. Oh. I swear, I thought I heard something about the Chaos Gods, like, convincing him to open his 3rd eye or something. Whoa. I should be taking notes. Okay, we're at Sanguinius. Pay attention to
Had been
Sanguinius.
discovered by the withered human tribes of the radiation-soaked moon of Baal Secundus. And
Baal.
had become something of a messiah figure.
Baal
to
is
them.
life.
This angelic being, apparently untroubled by the radiation that plagued the planet, who led them to victory over mutant hordes that infested its wastelands. In fact, they worshipped him as a savior.
It was a metaphorical 3rd eye. I'm not dumb. I just have poor comprehension skills. Yay! Thank you. Thank you. Not literal 3rd eye. Heard. Heard.
And a god, but Sanguinius was one of the Primarchs who was prone to premonitions and visions, and he'd already foreseen
Beautiful.
what he was, and that one day someone like the Emperor would arrive. When the Crusade did reach Baal,
Interesting.
the Emperor again opted to go with subtlety. His ships landed far outside the great natural amphitheatre of Mount Seraph, where Sanguinius was giving an impassioned speech to the Conclave of the Blood, the great gathering of the human tribes. And the Emperor infiltrated the gathering, walking amongst the twisted and frail humans. But he listened intently, watching as Sanguinius's speech gave hope to the ragged tribes, impressed at his skills at oratory. On the Primarch's part, Sanguinius recognized the Emperor immediately from his premonitions, seeing him in
I
the
dreamed
crowd,
of Daddy.
and afterwards he approached him, kneeling in the dust of Baal Secundus. There, Sanguinius agreed to serve the Emperor on one condition, that the tribes of Baal be allowed to continue in their beliefs and not be censured for their religion. The 9th Legion would follow the imperial truth.
Oh, different
but the
speech. Okay.
tribes of Baal, those not inducted into the Legion, were to be spared. The Emperor, weighing this against the loss of a son, agreed. Sanguinius was another Primarch who wasn't dispatched to the front lines immediately, and now, 40 years into the rediscovery, we see the first of a trend emerge as the Emperor delegated more and more to his first found sons. Instead of journeying with the Emperor, Sanguinius spent his first 3 years in the Imperium crusading alongside his brother Horus, fighting with the Lunar Wars while he learned the ways of the galaxy. And while that happened, the search went on, but it'd be 6 years before the next Primarch was found. In fact, from this point, the pace starts to slow a little, almost like all the easiest to find ones had already been located. In 846
Funny how that happens.
M30,
Funny how that happens. It's like it was in the last place I looked. Duh. A therapist with poor comprehension skills, this should be fine. Hey, I have had historically bad memory except when it comes to my patients. So I'm not going to show up for myself, but I'm going to show up for them. Okay? I will remember what their dad said to them on their 3rd birthday. You better believe it. The speech is the one near the end of the Siege of Terror. Got it. You should watch the one where he speaks to his sons for the first time. At the party? Right? You guys said there was a party, right? There's a party. Pretty manly boys are the best boys. I love, as a woman, as a certified woman lover, I love a pretty man. And I'm going to say that.
Scouting fleets from the Crusade arrived on the death world of Caliban, and the Emperor was informed of all the signs of another Primarch. Lionel L. Johnson had landed in the deep forests of Caliban as a child and had learned to survive isolated from humanity. He was eventually discovered by the knightly orders that attempted to keep the human population safe from the warp-tainted beasts that haunted the woods, and he quickly adapted, rising to become the joint master of the most prominent knightly order and leading a campaign to wipe out the great beasts. It was near the conclusion of that campaign that the Emperor arrived, accompanied by a small and hastily assembled honor guard from the 1st Legion. The honor guard landed first, and the Lion rode out to meet them. 500 warriors in the black and mortuary symbols of the 1st Legion, and it was here that the Lion first learned of the Emperor and of his role. Seeking to test their mettle and find if these were honourable warriors, he duelled their captain and came away with a great respect for these new Astartes. And soon after, the Emperor descended to the orders.
King Arthur by way of autism. I don't know about a party. It was pretty somber. Okay, not a party. Lion L. It's separate. His first name is just Lion. Lionel Johnson is a poet, right? Hold on. Lionel Johnson 40K. Lionel Peugeot Johnson was an English poet. Yeah. Well, yeah. Give me my English degree back. What poem did he write? The Dark Angel. Listen. Lionel Johnson is basically King Arthur with Tarzan's childhood. Oh. The son of John who was found after he killed a lion. Oh. This is Lionel Johnson, not the Primarch. Poet, Lionel Johnson's. Poem, The Dark Angel. Dark angel with thine aching lust to rid the world of penitence. Malicious angel who still dost my soul such subtle violence. Because of thee, no thought, no thing abides for me undesecrate. Dark angel ever on the wing, who never reachest me too late. When music sounds, then changest thou its silvery to a sultry fire. Nor will thine envious heart allow delight untortured by desire. Through thee the gracious muses turn to furies, O mine enemy, and all of the things of beauty burn with flames of evil ecstasy. Damn. Okay, Lionel. Because of thee, the land of dreams becomes a gathering place for fears until tormented slumber seems one vehemence of useless tears. When sunlight glows upon the flowers or ripples down the dancing sea, thou with thy troop of passionate powers... What word is that? Bewilder me. Bewilderest. Within the breath of autumn woods, within the winter silences, thy venomous spirit stirs and broods, O master of impieties. The ardor of red flame is thine, and thine the steely soul of ice. Thou poisonest the fair design of nature with unfair device. Apples of ashes golden bright, waters of bitterness, how sweet, O banquet of foul delight, prepared by thee, dark Paraclete. Oh. This is a super long poem, you right? Thou art the whisper in the gloom, the hinting tone, the haunting laugh. Thou art the adorner of my tomb, the minstrel of mine epitaph. I fight thee in the holy name, yet what thou dost is what God saith. Tempter, should I escape thy flame, thou wilt help my soul from death. The second death, that never dies, that cannot die when time is dead. Live death, where from the lost soul cries eternally uncomforted. Dark angel, with thine aching lust, eye of two defeats, of two despairs, less dread a change to drifting dust than thine eternity of cares. Do what thou wilt. Thou shalt not so, dark angel, I triumph over me. Lonely unto the lone I go, divine to the divinity. Wow. We get it, dude, you're closeted. Girl, stop reading. I want to know how the poet relates to Lionel, and I gotta read his poetry. Now explain. Explain the poem. Hello there, fellow heretic. I'm not a heretic. I'm thinking he's talking about death. I think he's talking about death. I think this poem's about death. Okay, so I'm really gay. And maybe death is a euphemism. What did I learn from this poem? Share it with the class. Oh, so apparently it is about being gay. Cool. The dark angel is his inner desires to love a man. Is this the lion? This is the lion! And the lion does not concern himself with the lamb.
Fortress
or whatever.
Rook in a great golden vessel, and then via a formal parade. A parade that was interrupted.
A parade! Parade? Party? I was right.
Assassination attempt.
Quoth the streamer, Ayo. I hate it. We're on the lion. She went and read the Dark Angel poetry. I love the reading, Sushi, so thank you very much. It actually does relate to the Lion's Legion and the deep shame they carry that they feel they can't share with anyone. Yeah. See? We're learning. We're learning. Back in the days when being gay in Britain carried a prison sentence, and beautiful poetry came out of that. IRL Lion loved men as much as 40K Lion loved war crimes. Maybe his Dark Angel are the crimes he made along the way.
Led by knights who feared the change the Imperium would bring. Of course, characteristically cold, they were all hunted down and executed by the Lion and the First Legion, and the formal adoption of Caliban by the Imperium continued on regardless. The Lion, like many of his brothers, saw the Emperor's Crusade as merely a greater version of his own one, and was eager to join. But unlike Sanguinius, he had no problems leaving Caliban to the mercy of the Imperium, and seemed happy to turn his hand to the Great Crusade, a decision that would eventually come back to haunt him years later, as the Imperium's heavy-handed transformation of the planet would eventually lead to rebellion. Meanwhile, the Crusade continued. The next Primarch to be discovered in 849 was Perturabo on the rocky world.
Here he is, Perturabo!
It was a mountainous planet occupied by competing city-states, and the young Primarch had been discovered by the tyrant of one of these, Damokos, tyrant of the city-state of Lokos. The tyrant had raised Perturabo as a son,
Bella,
also
where have you been, Lokos?
Of the city-state of Lokos. The tyrant had raised Perturabo as a son, but
I'm
also
sorry. Hello? What am I reading? Quoth the streamer, chat clip that. He can dark my angel. She lion on my L. Johnson till I dark angel. Hello? Are we okay? You guys have been sitting for too long. Stand up, drink water. Hello? Hello? Water the chat. Guys, breathe. Breathing exercises. Okay, Perturabo.
city-state of Lokos. The tyrant have raised Perturabo as a son, but also used him in his wars. Perturabo's discovery and invention of new war machines have raised Lokos to preeminence, but Perturabo himself was distant and uncaring. He considered his deal with the tyrant an oath of fealty rather than membership of a family. He could have easily overthrown Damokos, and he had no great love for him or for the Olympian people, but he wouldn't break his oath. It's said that he already had reasoned out his true nature, and the arrival of the emperor was merely confirmation. And this led to a bargain. Damokos released Perturabo from his oath, and in return, Olympia, under Damokos, would be brought into the Imperium.
Peter Turbo the Petulant. When I think of Perturabo, I think of the word perturbed. No? But, you know, perturb. Abo. Maybe. Is this a safe space? I'm scared, Mom. This space is so safe. Chat is not okay. Time to we're not putting chat down. Think that may be intentional. Oh, his name is supposed to be perturbed, like Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson. Perturabo is perturbed.
Guess that was going to happen anyway. It's just whether Damokos
Angron
would be
is
allowed
angry.
to look like he was in command.
Horus. He's a
Perturabo seemed even more keen than the lion to just forget his homeworld and dedicated himself completely to this new crusade. It's said that he spent his first years back on Terra with Magnus, the two of them researching and rediscovering ancient philosophies and technologies together. The emperor seemed to be quite a distant ruler during this time. Eventually, Perturabo would come to resent him as much as Damokos.
It's a play on Perdurabo. What's Perdurabo? Ian did a video on how each Primarch got their names. Oh! Guess what I'm watching? Guess what I'm watching? Horus, the sun god. Favorite son of don't talk to me about my Egyptian gods. I can't pronounce their names. Love you guys. Raw, big fan.
But Magnus shared a similar love of learning, and the two Primarchs spent lots of time together before Perturabo was eventually placed in command of his legion. Another 6-year gap follows as the crusade continued to push outwards, and the next Primarch was not found until 854, when the crusade arrived on the bleak world of Barbarous, and the Emperor got his disguise box out once again. The 14th Primarch, Mortarion, had come to rest on the...
He didn't make it about how they got their names in the universe, he made it about how the writers decided to name them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Osiris. Thank you! Thank you. You see, and I knew it was Osiris, but looking at it spelled that way, my brain's going, oh, serious. Oh, you serious? I love learning names. Cut to like, what, 3 hours ago where I'm like, guys, I don't know names. I like, what is that process of naming stuff? If I could have any job in the world, I would want to name things. Like colors on crayons, I think I'd be so good. I think I'd be so good. Yeah.
The planet of Barbarous. Once again, the 14th Primarch,
We're on
Mortarion,
Mortarion.
had come to rest on the planet of Barbarous, a planet of deep valleys and high peaks. The peaks were wrapped in toxic fog and inhabited by inhuman monsters called overlords, while the valleys were the domain of the small human population who the overlords preyed upon. Mortarion had been found by the most terrible of the overlords, Nasser, and raised as his warlord, but eventually he escaped, found the humans in the valleys, and led a rebellion, developing armor that protected his soldiers against the toxic fog and overthrowing the overlords one by one until only his adoptive father remained on the highest and most toxic peak, one that was particularly difficult to get to. And it was then that rumors started to spread of a mysterious stranger on the planet offering salvation to the people and freedom from the overlords. When Mortarion found this stranger in conference with his village elders, he was enraged, claiming to need no help in defeating Nasser, and the stranger set him a challenge. If Mortarion defeated his alien father, the stranger would leave the planet forever, but if he failed, then Mortarion would swear loyalty. Mortarion started to climb the peaks, this time higher and higher, but in the intervening years, Nasser had moved his fortress so high that even Mortarion's enhanced constitution couldn't cope. His armor corroded,
How do
his
you
breathing
do that?
apparatus rotted away, and Mortarion...
How do you move your lair higher and higher up as years go by? It's a lair. What do you mean he moved it higher up? You can't just pick up the lair and move it somewhere else, SpongeBob style. Space magic? What the hell? Guys, I'm tired of my lair being so low. Let's move it up a little bit. Warp magic to warp the lair up 100 feet or so. They were part demon. They kept stacking it like Jenga. That makes sense.
Mortarion fell outside Nasser's manse, unable to move as the Overlord emerged to finally kill his wayward son. And it was then that the stranger stepped in, unaffected by the toxic fogs, and killed Nasser with a sweep of his golden sword, revealing himself to be Mortarion's true father, the Emperor of Mankind. Mortarion was not very happy with this. He saw it as a betrayal, him being denied his final victory. And though he stood by his word and bent the knee, he always resented the Emperor after that. He had no great reunion with his brothers. He was always pretty distant,
party.
especially with those he perceived as having had an easier upbringing. And he was friends with very few of them. But he still took command of the Death Guard, and he did lead them onwards through the Crusade. Next was Lorgar, found...
You can have slaves build you a new one, also magic. You know, shame on me for thinking there wouldn't be slaves because the human population is already so small. Shame on me for thinking they would just band together and be community. And like, I know there were warring people and they just said that they killed every other warring head guy except for mean dad. But come on, guys, pick a struggle. There are overlords living here. Warp magic, you know, from the warp, where psychers draw their powers and where demons are. You know, demons? You know, the warp? Poof. And all of a sudden, my crib is just 100 miles taller. Miwin tech support immediately solves the issue I've been struggling with for hours. You're forgetting warp beings don't care about physics. There are no physics, there's just warp.
3 years later, in 857, on the planet of...
The human population is not small. I thought the human population was small on that planet. Because the overlords live there, and then there's a small human population. No, just on this planet. Just on this planet. Just on Perturabo's planet. Nope. Yes. Nope. Just on Mortarion's planet. The concept that slavery is wrong has been gone for thousands of years. So it comes back? What is this, a boomerang? Crazy work. This is what robots are for.
Of Colchis. Colchis was an intensely religious place, and Lorgar had been inducted into its chaos-based faith by his adoptive father, the preacher Corthaeron.
Lorgar.
But as another Primarch with psychic visions, he'd long had dreams of a great golden figure which he believed to be the One, the god who ruled over all others, and he slowly turned the faith of the Covenant away from chaos worship and towards the worship of this new mysterious single god, eventually...
Okay, so he had a vision of the Emperor. Magnus, right? Magnus had a vision of the Emperor. Could the Emperor not have, when they were all babies, implanted this same vision to every one of them? I know he, like, made himself look the part so that his sons would see him and be like, that's dad. I'm gonna serve him. But could he not have also just a little extra, you know, thrown in a little premonition for everyone? Because it sounds like those who had a premonition were on board. Like, if Mortarion had a little premonition and then dad busts through with his golden armor, he would have been like, oh, there he is. There he is. Lorgar just thought it was a god. He knew it was someone important because he saw that. He foresaw that. So if that was implanted, if that was just like thrown in there, like, hey, brainwash the babies. That's if he planned to, you're right. You're right. He did not plan to have his tools scattered, but still, Also, having a feeling that some of them may betray him before he knew they would be scattered, implanting that little memory just in case. Could have been good. He had the vision because he was psychic. Right. So if the Emperor was the one who, like, I don't know, put it to them in a dream. I don't know. He's the Emperor. He can do whatever. He didn't have a reason to implant premonitions as he wasn't planning on having his human-shaped tools thrown across the galaxy. Fair. Fair. But, you know, again, scattering aside, if he wanted to have some kind of control and help deter his sons from betraying him, a little premonition might have been, you know, just a little failsafe, you know. He's like, oh no, what if some of my sons betray me? Let me make 20. Also could have been like, let me make 20 and put a premonition in their brains. I don't know. Again, foresight. Nope. Hindsight, 2020.
Resulting
2025.
in a planet-wide
2026.
war and related
Shit.
genocide, as about a third of the planet had stayed loyal to the old faith. It was a year after this victory that the Emperor's fleet arrived, and Lorgar eagerly swore his allegiance. For him, this was proof that his god was real, and his campaign on Colchis was justified, and the planet erupted into months of celebrations as Lorgar learned about the Imperium, particularly from his brother Magnus, who had again accompanied the expedition. Of course...
Oh, you cannot receive a vision if you're not a psyker? Oh. Normal people can't receive visions. Huh. He was 50-50 with the premonition thing, true. But, you know, again, he's putting in the fail-safes, okay? Just put some more. I guess I'm just overly cautious.
That was a little awkward. The entire existence of Colchis was built around worship, and the Emperor's crusade was founded on the imperial truth, the casting down of such things. The Emperor didn't approve of the delays caused by the celebrations or by the worship, but his denial that he was divine only strengthened Lorgar's faith. Lorgar eagerly joined the Great Crusade in command of the 17th Legion, the Imperial Heralds, whose job was
but then
to
we'd have
cast
no
down
books.
religious belief. Maybe the Emperor hoped that their role and maybe continued exposure to the Imperium would rub off on the Primarch. But instead, Lorgar continued to spread his faith across the worlds he conquered, despite the Emperor's admonishments, and that would, of course, come to a head a lot later. After the slightly worrying discovery of Lorgar, things started to slow down a bit more. It would be 8 years later that the next Primarch was found, Jagatai Khan, on the world of Chogoris, a world of great grassy plains occupied by tribes of horse nomads. The fifth Primarch had been adopted by a chieftain of the Talskar tribe, and after his father was killed by a rival, he'd risen to become a great warlord.
Horse. Khaleesi. Those ones. What are they called? Khaleesi of the... It's not coming to me. I'm not a god. Only a god worthy of worship would say that. My lord.
Conquering first every other tribe on the planet, and then the single-landed empire controlled by a figure called the Palatine. Jagatai Khan now found himself in control of the planet and had often wondered if it were possible to conquer the many stars in the sky, when the Emperor arrived and basically said, yeah, handy that you want to do that. The Imperium knew this world as Mundus Planus, and in 865...
Mundus Planus? I'm using that as an insult. You frickin' Mundus Planus. Good night, AJ. Dothraki! That's what they're called. Dothraki. It could be argued that the Emperor's schemes are still going according to plan, all according to Geikaku.
After the Khan's conquest was complete, a fleet from the Lunar Wolves Legion, accompanied by both Horus and the Emperor, rediscovered the planet. It's said that the Khan, overawed by the shining figure, immediately swore fealty, realizing that this figure held the same dream he did. But as someone who had seen firsthand the difficulties of ruling over a fractious empire of different people, he also admired the Emperor's dreams of unity. The Emperor, for his part, seeing his conquests, hailed Jagatai Khan as a true son and a worthy inheritor of his legacy, and he was soon placed in command of the 5th Legion.
Inheritor,
Despite
don't use
being
that word.
quite unfamiliar with the Imperium or its technology, Gilliman and Dawn both objected to the speed at which the Khan was placed in command. But by this point, the Great Crusade was well underway, and these extremely short acclimatization periods would start to become common in the later found Primarchs. Partly because of that, the Khan would become another Primarch who tended to stay distant from his brothers. He counted only Horus and Magnus as close friends. From this point, with 15 of the 20 found, there then follows a long period where no more were located. For over 30 years, no new Primarchs were found. The existing ones cementing their various...
30 years! What a very short period of time. That is not hag-like at all. Wow.
Friendships and rivalries on campaign together, and possibly because of that, the last 5 Primarchs, found much later, seem to be some of the least brotherly and most misunderstood. In 896 1030, 31 years after the discovery of the Khan, the Emperor's fleet approached the benighted world of Nostramo. The 8th Primarch, Conrad Kurz, had crashed into the depths of Nostramo's hive cities, but rather than being adopted by some noble, Kurz was left to his own devices.
No one knew if the Khan would be loyal or not when the heresy broke out. The Crusade being 230 years is actually crazy. I mean, the Emperor's children being childish, probably so real and true, because they're probably still children in the grand scheme of things. How long are they going to live? How long are they going to live? Long. So they're probably like vampires. They're still just little babies.
Adopted by some noble, Kurz was left to his own devices, a scavenger in the sunless depths. Witnessing the brutality of the streets, he developed an extreme black and white sense of justice and became a terror to the criminal gangs who ruled the planet, brutally murdering them and displaying their remains for all to see. Eventually, he'd risen to control of a planet united in fear, a peace made possible because the Night Haunter, as he had become known, the first monarch of Nostramo Quintus, would personally hunt down and murder anyone who committed any injustice. Soon into his reign as the new benevolent dictator, the planet came to the attention of the Emperor, who could see from his divine auguries that the world was certainly very productive and well-ordered. But the Emperor wasn't the only one with psychic powers. Kurz was troubled by terrifying premonitions, incredibly painful, and only of the most gruesome events to come. He'd always known, on some level, that he would be found, and Nostramo had legends of a being discovering the planet in the future, an event that apparently would result in the downfall of the world. When the Emperor, after 30 years of searching, finally made planetfall outside the palace of the Night Haunter, he was accompanied by 4 Primarchs, Rogaldorn, Lorgar, Ferrus Manus, and Fulgrim. Conrad stood on the street, watching their approach and seeing their futures, often their deaths, one by one. When the Emperor stepped forward so bright and shining...
Wait, whose deaths did he see? Rogaldorn, Logar, Ferrus, and Fulgrim's deaths. Got it.
Conrad stood on the street, watching their approach and seeing their futures, often their deaths, one by one. When the Emperor stepped forward so bright and shining that those who saw him were forever blinded, Kurz fell, racked by excruciating visions, but when the Emperor touched his shoulder, the pain finally receded. "Be at peace, Conrad Kurz," he said. "I have arrived, and I intend to take you home." But Kurz was not as impressed as other Primarchs. "That is not my name, Father. I am Night Haunter, and I know full well what you intend for me." Kurz joined the...
That's not my name, Dad. I'm Night Haunter, and you will refer to me as Night Haunter. Not Conrad. Conrad is lame, and I'm not lame. The Khan basically said, I hate my dad, but those are literal demons. Of course, I'm staying loyal. And you know what? Some of them should have been as on it as he was. Murder is putting it lightly. Kurz would broadcast the torture of criminals over several days as an object lesson on why littering is bad. Ugh. Nostromo was a world of darkness, so that light would have been blinding. Oh, right, because of the darkness.
The Imperium, but always seemed to be haunted by his fate, as if playing a part he'd always feared he would have to play. He was initially inducted into the ways of the Imperium by Fulgrim, one of the few Primarchs he was well disposed towards, partly because his visions of Fulgrim did not, for once, involve his brother's death. But
Oh,
while he
that's
was put in
nice.
command of the 8th Legion soon enough, and he did mould them into his image, he was never particularly close to his gene sons and never particularly happy under the Emperor's rule. This pattern of discontent would be continued 3 years later with the discovery on New Syria, on the far eastern fringe, of Angron, Primarch of the 12th Legion. Angron had been discovered as a child by the ruling caste of the city-state of Deshea, but rather than being raised a prince or heir, the young Angron was turned over to the gladiatorial pits, made a slave by the implantation of an arcane device from the Dark Age of technology known as the Butcher's Nails, which overcame his superhuman resilience and racked his nervous system until he could find peace only in battle.
Yeah. I can't say what Kurz did was horrid, but you can't say it didn't work. On the plus side, everyone put their shopping cart back in the proper place. No, it was a planet with permanent vitamin D shortages causing more psychosis and depression on the planet. Maybe a multivitamin could have worked. I don't know. Therapy. Can we go back to therapy? Therapy. A multivitamin. I don't know, moderate exercise, a puppy. What if all the Primarchs had a puppy?
All the gladiators of Nuceria's pits suffered that fate, but Angron became something of a celebrity, the Lord of the Red Sands, ridiculously popular until he led a slave revolt, his brothers and sisters raising the High Riders' settlements across the planet. Eventually, in 899 M30, his forces were surrounded and they prepared for the last battle, one they would surely lose, when the Emperor's fleet arrived in orbit. With no time to spare, the Emperor teleported to Angron's camp with a small guard of custodians and offered to save him, to take him away and place him in charge of an army far greater with far larger conquests and battles to come. To the Emperor's surprise, Angron refused. He'd fought for his freedom with his brothers and sisters, and to make his point, he would fight and die with them right there. He had no interest in galactic conquest for the Emperor. The Emperor returned to his ship, but seems to have determined to teach Angron, the only son so far who'd refused him, a particularly brutal lesson. As the battle began, he teleported Angron up to the ship and then forced him to watch as his army was butchered. When Angron raged that they should help, the Emperor criticised his lack of vision. There was a whole galaxy to free out there. One slave revolt was nothing. In time, hopefully, Angron would come to understand, and with that, he was rendered unconscious, eventually transported to the holds of his legion's capital ship. In the intervening time, both the apothecaries of his legion and the Emperor himself would attempt to examine the Butcher's Nails in the hopes of removing them, but they were too far enmeshed with the Primarch's nervous system. They were killing him, but removing them would kill him a lot faster. And so the Emperor seems to have decided that a broken Primarch was better than no Primarch at all. Angron, understandably, took a while to adjust to this new state of affairs.
That's
guilty
crazy.
at letting his brothers and sisters die without him, and guilty of surviving, he murdered the first 7 Legion officers who attempted to present themselves to him, only pausing when the 8th captain, Khan, convinced him of the similarity of their traditions. He would eventually lead them on the Great Crusade, but he never forgave the Emperor for his actions at New Syria. Again, after that, a long period followed with no discoveries. More than
Wowzers. Did you know Angron was supposed to be an empath? I mean, if he was an empath and he was surrounded by all of that pain and hurt and the death of his comrades and his armies, then I would understand why he's a little bit angry. Okay? He refused to kill his adopted father. They shoved the nails in his head and forced him to do it anyways. And I would be angry too. It's not said how Khan calmed him down, but in the lore it said he kills all the captains because he attacked them and they fought back, but Khan allowed Angron to hit him until he realized Khan was like him. Oh, Karn. Karn is a Warhammer Hatsune Miku. What? He has blue hair. Oh.
20 years would pass until the discovery of the Forge world of Kiava and the Primarch who was currently bombing it into oblivion. Korax was deposited from the warp on Lycius, the prison moon of Kiava, found deep in the prison mines by the inmates and raised in secret amongst them. As with many of the
He yearned
Primarchs,
for the
their
mines.
scattering into the warp had been affected by the lack of linear time in the Immaterium, and so, while it had now been more than 130 years since their scattering, Corax had only been present on Lycaeus for a decade, in which time he'd grown to a young man, orchestrated a resistance movement against the overseers of the penal colony, and then led an effective uprising, freeing the prisoners, most of whom had been born in captivity, and turning the atomic weapon stores stationed on the moon towards the planet below. It was then, in 922, that the Emperor arrived, this time alone, with no grand fleets or armies at his back. He stayed for just one day, and he and the Primarchs spoke alone, with no record of what was said, although Corax later reported being made aware of things like the nature of the warp that the Emperor was using.
See, this is why I say it reminds me of Hamilton, because I want to be in the room where it happened. Corax was raised by prisoners and his big sister. Oh, yes.
Corax later reported being made aware of things like the nature of the warp that the Emperor was usually quite loath to reveal to the other Primarchs. After that night, the Emperor left Corax to complete his mission on his own, possibly testing him to see what decision he would make, possibly learning from the whole Angron thing. Anyway, the decision was atomic bombardment. Corax targeted the principal cities
The decision,
of Tiara,
atomic
destroying
bombardment.
them in a night, killing thousands but freeing millions across the world from the rule of the tech guilds. When the Emperor returned, Corax would be taken to learn of the Imperium, and the moon of Lycaeus would be renamed Deliverance, later to become the Fortress of the Legion. Corax, like many latter-found Primarchs, spent relatively little time with the Emperor initially, campaigning instead alongside Horus in his early years. The 19th Legion had been fighting for years without a Primarch, and they'd fought alongside the Sons of Horus quite often. But Corax and Horus never really saw eye to eye, and Corax eventually removed his forces from Horus's command. And then, the last reliable date we have here is 5 years later than that, in 927 M30, when the second of the two lost Primarchs was recovered, but as always, we have no details of that. I say last reliable date because there is, of course, one Primarch left. Alpharius of the Alpha Legion, or rather, the twin Primarchs, Alpharius and Omegon of the Alpha Legion. Details of their discovery are, of course, the hardest to pin down. There are many different stories, all of which contradict each other, and some which are stated to be outright lies by the people telling them, which means it's quite hard to place them within the order of events. According to the official records, the 20th Primarch was found last, almost 6 decades after Corax, in 981 M30, which is only 20 years before the heresy. According to this story, the Primarch was discovered by Horus when his fleet came across a ragtag group of void pirates. In the coming battle, the fleet of primitive fighters acted with a level of skill unseen by any before, and the occupant of one managed to board the vengeful spirit, fighting his way to the bridge where he was eventually stopped by Horus, who immediately recognized him as a lost brother. The lone intruder gave his name as Alpharius, and eventually he and Horus formed a strong bond, fighting together for months as Alpharius learned of the Imperium. He would eventually return to Terra, but by this point, with the Crusades so huge and busy, there was little time for learning, and after the initial celebrations and parades, Alpharius was put in command of his legion. So, okay, all good, but of course, that's not the only story. In another version of the events, told by Alpharius himself, but also stated to be a lie, Alpharius was actually the first Primarch to be found, before even Horus. He was just kept a secret until last. In this version of events, Alpharius' capsule came to rest on Earth, not far from the Imperial Palace, on the Zarinam Plateau, and he was taken in directly by the Emperor Malkador, who trained him in the importance of the project rather than the individual. He remained a covert agent for them during almost the entire crusade, secretly present at the discovery of many of his brothers and leading the unknown 20th Legion, the Ghost Legion, on mysterious operations across the galaxy. It was only after the discovery of his brother, Omegon, fighting alone on the desolate world of Bar Savor in the wake of the Rangdan Xenocides, that the twins decided it was time for the Alpha Legion to be revealed publicly, and in this version of the story, that void conflict with Horus was their way of being discovered, and the person who boarded the vengeful spirit was actually Omegon. Of course, which of that is true and which isn't is unknown. Officially, Alpharius remains the last Primarch found 180 years after the initial discovery of Horus, almost at the very end of the Crusade. It's common to refer to the Great Crusade as this period where the 20 Primarchs conquered the galaxy for the Emperor, and while that is technically true, it's also true that the discovery of the Primarchs took the entire of the Crusade era. Because of the nature of their scattering, by the time of the Horus Heresy, some Primarchs like Horus, Limamrus, and Ferrus had been campaigning for the Imperium of...
Who's Limamrus? Hello? Did I miss one? Leman Russ, right? Okay. Okay. Literally, the only thing we know about the two lost Primarchs is that Horus describes one of them as cold and humorless. In the book where all this happens, the first line is, "I am Alfarius, and that was a lie." And the final line of the book was, "That was a lie." Ooh. Gilliman knew that after the Great Crusade, the Space Marines would find themselves built for a job no longer needed and tried to instruct them as advisors to human leaders. Leman Russ, okay.
For almost 2 centuries, while others like Korax and possibly Alfarius had only been in command of their legion for a few decades. It's also true that the ways in which these Primarchs were introduced to their fates was also influenced by the politics and the state of the Crusade at that time. Early on, Primarchs like Horus, Fulgrim, and Vulcan were able to spend many years integrating, slowly being brought into the Imperial fold through years campaigning alongside either the Emperor or their other brothers. But by the end of the Crusade, with the expeditionary fleets spread across a much greater area, and with the Emperor desperate to continue work on other equally vital projects, the latter found Primarchs found their reintegration either delegated to older brothers or simply non-existent, those found in the darkest, most inaccessible regions of space, often thrust into control of their legions with almost no preparation. Of course, they all succeeded to some extent. They were Primarchs.
They were built for this.
Noting that some of the most damaged of the Primarchs were found towards the very end of the Crusade, perhaps a symptom of extra time spent in the warp, and many of those found later would be the ones that harboured secret resentments towards the Emperor that would eventually blossom into the heresy. Eventually, as we know, half of them would turn and the galaxy would burn in the fires
I don't
of the
know that
Horus
yet,
heresy.
but okay.
But it's questionable if that would have happened at all if the Primarchs hadn't been scattered. Their scattering, their casting to random human worlds, and the treatment they suffered in the wake of that, not only set back the timeline of the Crusade, but significantly damaged the chances of the Emperor's plans working. How would those plans have turned out if, instead of the bickering and jealousies of 20 superhuman children, it was led by 20 golden generals, all raised in the Imperial Palace, loyal to the ideas of the
with
Imperium
5
from the
mannies?
start? Alfarius said in his potentially lying story that he was taught the importance of the project over any one individual. How much more effective would the Great Crusade have been if they'd all been taught that? We'll never know.
Could have
Anyway,
happened faster
thanks
if they
for
weren't
watching.
scattered. Have the Primarchs tried not being scattered? Duh. Hello. The lie is a lie, but also the truth, but not really. And that's crazy work. That was our look into the Primarchs. 4-hour stream for 2 40-minute videos. Hey! 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 I'm sorry that we chatted. I'm not. That was good. It was good. I had fun, okay? You had fun when, I pressed play. Yeah, queen. The greatest lie is the truth you know they won't believe. Tell that to their mother. The yappening must continue. Alfarius is a great character to deep dive into. He's also the worst character to deep dive into. So, psychoanalyzing the Primarchs. Very important for the Primarchs because their upbringing, the parents that raised them, or they weren't raised, or how they were or were not brought up, plus their interaction with the Emperor, plus their understanding of their goal and their duty to the world, plus the Emperor as a father and also a commander and champion for humanity. Complex. Very complex. It was a good time. I enjoy your yapping. Thank you. I mean, I far prefer when people diving into the lore actually pause, discuss, and share thoughts. Thank you. I did that. And I guess I had a lot of thoughts. How dare you react to the video and talk about it? You know, I did have some comments on my Bricky video where they're like, why is she talking so much in this reaction video? Play the video. At that point, sir, please click on Bricky's original video. Hello? What do you want from me? You're in the wrong place. Gaslight Girl Boss Gatekeep. The girly pops in Warhammer are coming, okay? Iron Duke has been in the fandom for 6 to 8 years. Oh my, we got people in for 6 to 8 years, for 2 years. We had our legend was in here. Watch her forget 50% of this in the next stream. Hey. We'll have a recap. No, we won't have that on stream. That'll take too long. But the best part about multiple creators making different videos for me to react to is that there's going to be a lot of overlap, which is good for my brain. I've been in this 3 to 4 years during COVID. Let's freaking go. Okay. I personally love the yaps. Thank you. Okay. The Horus heresy could have easily been prevented if the Emperor stopped Lorgar for a moment and looked him straight in the eyes. He would have him smite Erebus. You know, what if the Horus heresy could have been stopped if he just held Horus, if he hugged him? I've been into 40k for 35 years. Let's freaking go. Oh my god, we got another legend in here. We got legends. That's so nice. Wait, that makes me feel so nice to have people who have been into this for like multiple years. And you want to listen to my dumbass who's been into this for 2 months? Yeah. And hear about and listen to me want to paint some orcs matcha green and give them little pink rocket launchers and mushroom weenuses. That's great. Whoa, we got an hey. 30 years is totally not a long time in the expanse of the universe, okay? Totally young and not hag-like. I'm not even 35. Not hag-like. Hags are at least 300 years old. I'm 24, 30 is elderly. Hello, I will be graduating. The stream is over. Goodbye. You'll never hear from me again. Hope GW finally figures out women don't want female marines, they just want orcs. I just want my matcha orcs and their pink little machines and their mushroom penises, okay? Is that so much to ask for? For me, it's all about helping bring new brains into the space. More perspective is always better. And I hope my perspective has been a good one. I wanted to go a little bit... So I was thinking I was going to go a little bit more into the psychoanalysis of some of this, which Ian's first video was really good for, and we did stop a lot, and we did yap a lot about it. And I was thinking I should have done more. But looking at the timestamp of this video, I probably should not have done more. But yeah, I am interested to go into more of the psychology beyond things, and you guys behind things, and you guys are more than free to ask questions. Like I said, I love engaging in the comments. I'm thinking of some other videos. I did bring up, do you want me to react to perhaps a Reddit thread or two? I have some scholarly articles that we can talk about too. What the frick, nerd, shut up. So yeah, more than just videos, more than just reacting to videos. She's a scholar. She's a runner, she's a track star. She doesn't run, she doesn't track. Yeah. Considering how old I think you are, you might as well be Furin to me. I don't know what that means because I didn't watch Furin, but I'm gonna be offended anyways. Thank you. Thank you. I'm 27 and started learning into Warhammer because of VTubers. Wow, that's nice. I'm 21, 30 seems like a future away. We're babysitting. I am gonna be a doctor. It's fine, Grandma, don't think about it. Hey! I am getting my PhD in clinical psychology. So, yeah, I like learning new things. I like I said, making associations with things I know. maybe providing a perspective that might not have been widely known, and also my own understanding of things. I like chatting with you guys and hearing about your understanding. Who's your favorite Primarch? Do you have a Primarch that you want to get into first? And yes, the Reddit thread sounds awesome. Let me see. I want to know... Obviously, if I'm talking psychoanalysis, I want to know about Horus. Like, I feel like psychoanalyzing Horus, it's just too easy. I want to know about Sanguinius. You know, our little angel. Have you decided which chapter you like more? I think I had that question a few times. I have not decided yet. We're still learning. We're still data gathering, data mining, information gathering. For what a new watcher's opinion's worth, I'm up for anything. You're engaging and engage with both the content and your chat, whatever makes your brain spark socket. Thank you, that's so nice. The Amber King has a great video on him. Yes, guys, it took me, what, 4 hours to react to 2 40-minute videos. I'm planning on reacting to Amber King videos, so buckle the frick up. Get your snacks. We're going in deep. Who else? Magnus, I think, is also an obvious one. The hubris of it all. There are some threads that talk about some of the Primarchs having some kind of psychopathology, so that would be interesting. But yeah. Make sure the popcorn is ready. The speech of Sanguinius by Epicus always gets me in the feels. Oh, I want to cry. Which Primarch do you feel like reading more about their story would make me cry? Angron? Oh, I would want to know more about Angron too. Frick. The Amber King has a 4-hour video on Gilliman. 4 hours! Woo! Generally gonna have to buy snacks for Amber King's videos, guys. This is gonna be like a Lord of the Rings trilogy. I think you could get interested into is the psychological look into the Necrons, how immortality affects their brain wiring, and how sensible the writing is in your opinion. Ah, how sensible the writing is, that's a whole different thing. So I do have a bachelor's degree in literature and a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's in psychology. Whatever, it's not about me. But I did not study as much literature as I have psychology, so I don't know how much I can go into the literature of it all. I can like English professor it all or whatever. I think I know what good writing is, I think. My favorite kind of media is media that makes me feel. So if there's a book or a character or a Primarch that will make me cry, I want to know. They're going to be my favorite. I want to cry. Listen to me. I want to cry. Which Primarch's gonna make me cry? I want to know. I want to know. Not gonna lie, Magnus the Amber King video made me cry more than once. Oh, we're gonna cry. Angron will make you depressed? Sign me up. Magnus, Angron, Horus. Corvus Corax's story is the only one that made me tear up. Corvus, all of them. I think Angron perhaps, but I think Magnus, Conrad, and Sanguinius' stuff will probably make you cry. When I say how sensible, I mean how much sense does it make for the fictional to behave in a certain ways given their backgrounds. Yeah. That makes sense. And also something important that Ian brought up in his video too, right, is that these are beings not set in our 2026 mind. So another flaw, I guess, in me trying to make connections is I am seeing it from a 2026 mind when they are very much living in 30-40K. So yeah, keeping that in mind. Sanguinius for sure. One thing with literature critique analysis of 40K lore, there's so much official authors and the quality varies. I have heard the quality varies, which is why I'm afraid. But in some quotes that I've read, I'm literally like, whoa. I'm literally like, if you guys read the books, you guys are much smarter than me, because the prose that some of these guys are pumping out, like, hello? And you're telling me there's hundreds of these and you're reading them all? Brother. Back in my day. Back in my day, the books we were reading weren't well written. Anyways. I don't agree with that reasoning because the effers who wrote the stories are living in current times, and no matter how hard they try, they can't unlive the historical time they live in. True! But that is also how they back up those loopholes. You're right, you're right. I'd say the first 4 Horus Heresy novels are solidly written. I've only gotten through 4. And that's 4 more than I have. The quality varies, but they are masterpieces. That's just bad writing disguised. And also, I mean, again, doesn't the franchise span over several decades too? It's hard to stay linear. Is there a guy at GW who is just sitting there with his little timeline? Do they have an internal Brickier Ian or Amber King that has all of this stuff written down and is telling them, okay, when you publish the next book, make sure this goes into this because this and this and that? Is George R.R. Martin in the room? And if he is, get him out of that freaking room. Get him out! GW doesn't care. Oh, well. Gilliman could be interesting in seeing how he changed in 40 to 30k, or how the stress in 40k gets him. Ooh, stress. I like stress. I've read maybe 5 books of the Horus Heresy, and the writing differs so greatly. Like in book 1, Dan writes the characters normally. Like he'll describe a woman normally, but the second book, the writer fully describes a woman's cleavage. Ah. The way her bosom shined in the moonlight. They clearly don't. They don't even know which side of the gene stealer reproductive cycle is up. Reading 40k during high school helped me with my English grades. Like, genuinely, I got rewards for it, and my English improved greatly when I got into the hobby. All my teachers were very proud of it, and it was cool to see. It was cool how I could see the improvement. Yeah, like, just in the quotes I've given, those aren't regular reading. That's not light leisure reading. Like, that is what you would read as someone who studies literature. Okay? That's not a hobby read anymore. That's why I said you guys should take my degree. Because that's the level of stuff I was reading at a 400, 500, 600 level in university. And I only have 1 degree in English. Reading on its own is beneficial. Read anything. Guys, moral of the story, read something. Like I'll be reading your comments. The writers care more about money. Like if they think bringing Horus back will make money, they'll bring him back. And he rose from the dead, a chorus of Horus. The horrors of Horus. The horrors of the Horus Heresy. That's alliteration. The way the cleavage is seen depends on the person viewing it. The cleavage is always there, but there's not always a person to watch. And if a boob falls out of a bra in the middle of a forest and no one is there to see it, were they flashing or were they not? I read hard sci-fi for fun. 40k is the D&D of sci-fi. Oh, we're talking Dune. Minty's read Dune. How the Imperium needs to be... It's unsuccessful flashing. Only if there is a looker. The only good guys of the settings is the orcs. Orcs! Our matcha boys! I'm really excited. I'm really excited to build. We also, oh my gosh, how am I gonna... I consume my lore via audiobooks. I'm 40-ish books in. That will be helpful. You know, I feel like if I was raised on audiobooks, my pronunciation would be better. I don't think we're in the age where people are pronouncing epitome as epitome anymore because they're listening to audiobooks. And I was in that age. And I had to be embarrassed. But you no longer do because audiobooks are here. I read all of Dune. Even the ones written by Dune's son. Crazy. Crazy! The Nids are the good guys. They will finally return the gods to peace. They're bugs. And the Nids are bugs, guys. Don't forget they're bugs. All of Dune. Yeesh. Yeesh. That's dedication. You deserve 2 of my degrees. Yeah. So, call me Timothy Chalamet the way I Dune 2 woman at the same... What am I reading? Okay, we're done with this video. This video is over. This video is done. I am done. Thank you for hanging out. We only did 2 out of the 3 videos, but at the 4.5 hour mark, that is for your best and not for mine. We're gonna go through an hour video at this time. I'm gonna be like, yeah, the Primarchs, Lemon, Magnolium, Horus did what? You're not gonna like that. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh, right. I need to figure out what do you guys, what should we go into next? Should we stay on the Primarchs, do a little bit of the Primarchs and the Emperor, do an overview of, I know Ian also has a timeline of the heresy in 40 minutes. I was thinking maybe a heresy timeline and then more into the Primarchs. And then we can jump into the individual Primarchs. I also want to make time for the Orcs because I want to get started on the Orcs. I also think I need to watch videos on how to paint. I think I've built models before. In a past life, I've built models before. There has been a male suitor who Sasha is, you know, Sasha has had a male suitor who has built these before. So I think I'm okay on the building, but the painting, that's what I gotta know. And some of you recommended some good videos for painting. So I think I can build. And you know, if I get lost, send me a video for building too, okay? I think I know what I need. And for the things I don't have, I guess I'll be sending an email to Zephyr Arcade, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Isn't Riri building and painting those already? She's painting orcs? Isn't she painting the hot women? Thank you for watering the fish and watering the chat. You guys better be drinking water. So for painting GW, you can go fancy route of looking at GW's videos on painting models or Duncan Rhodes' channel. Ooh. I think Heresy timeline and perhaps Primarchs explain, and then afterward individual Primarchs with some orcs mixed in. Ooh, a bi-weekly. Oh my, you guys want 2 reactions in a week? Let me know if you want 2 reactions in a week. 2 reactions plus a building and painting, that's a lot of war. Plus Space Marines on the Space Marine 2 on the weekend? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll see. 1 reaction is enough. Okay, you know what? Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been great. I'm gonna say bye to YouTube and then we're gonna raid somebody on Twitch. Follow on both. Okay? Okay. Bye, YouTube. Bye, 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 bye. Resident hater. Certified freak. 7 days a week. Yes, Luton's video. We'll look into Luton. Thank you for that.